Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's July 30th, 2026. My name is Mike Kelly. I am the chair of the Johnson County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you very much for coming to today's meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We'll start by asking the clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer here.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick here.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Here.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that is all 7 present. Therefore, we have a quorum and duly constituted meeting. At this time, I invite everybody who is so able to stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today or for watching online. If you are here in person, if you would join me in checking your cell phones, other noise-making devices that you may have brought with you, in ensuring that they are silenced. We'd sure appreciate your cooperation and your patience as we get through today's agenda. It's a business meeting, so several different substantive items here today, as well as various reports and recognitions. And we're going to start off the top with those recognitions, starting with our Feed the Need campaign, which is something that we're proud of and has a track record here in Johnson County. So to discuss the Feed the Need campaign, it's my pleasure to welcome back Tony Barron. Tony?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tony Barron. It has been my pleasure to serve the employees of Johnson County and the chair of the Feed the Need campaign for this year, one of the 3 charities within the Johnson County Charitable Foundation. Since 1987, employees of Johnson County have participated in the annual Feed the Need campaign. All donations of food and money benefit 10 area food pantries serving eligible Johnson County residents. Throughout the year, employees from different county departments and agencies sponsor fundraising events ranging from food drives and bake sales to golf tournaments. Most months, representatives from all departments come together to plan for these events and discuss current and future successes and challenges of the campaign. I would like to express my thanks to those department representatives who have made our monthly meeting a priority. This year's campaign, move this slide real quick. This year's campaign, with food and financial donations combined, the Feed the Need campaign was able to provide over 303,000 pounds of food to eligible Johnson County residents. This exceeds our goal of 300,000 and is 19,000 pounds better than last year, but the committee understands the demands will continue to increase. With that being said, I'd like to announce the department winners in the following 3 categories. First, the Chairman's Award. The winner, the 2026 campaign winner for the Chairman's Award is Corrections. And to accept those awards, I'd like to ask Angela Paz, Kim Soda, and Natalie Melvin to come up to accept the award. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have the Commissioner's Award, which is the most donations per employee. Also winning in that category is Corrections. And finally, the Rick Beckwith Cup, which is the most improved from the previous year. On behalf of Johnson County Developmental Supports, Melody West will be accepting this award. Thank you, Johnson County employees and commissioners, for participating in this year's campaign, and we are looking forward to another successful campaign in 2027. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Tony. Congratulations to Corrections, to JCDS, to the entire county and its employees who participated in the Charitable Foundation's Feed the Need campaign. We appreciate Johnson County stepping up. And so congratulations, and here's to another good campaign next year. Next, in our reports and recognitions, we're going to welcome our county manager, Penny Postoke Ferguson, to talk a little bit about the World Cup. there's going to be a lot of opportunity over the coming months and really the coming years to holistically analyze the impact of the World Cup into our region. And we're going to do that, whether it be transit, whether it be economic impact, whether it be notoriety of our region to the world. There's going to be an opportunity for analysis. But I think one of the things that we should do is recognize what we all feel now. And that is a huge amount of pride in our region, and specifically in our county, for how we showed up to welcome the world to our community. So it's my honor to recognize Penny, who's going to bring up a number of members of staff to talk about a little bit of the impact and then what's to come for the future. So, Penny?
Thank you, Chairman. And let me start by saying thank you for your leadership on KC 2026, representing us in the region. So let's take a moment to thank the chair for his leadership.
Appreciate that.
Also, Lindsay Douglas, the Chief Operating Officer for KC 2026, was planning to be here this morning to give a appreciation to Johnson County for our portion in the region success. She, at last minute, could not make it and sends her regrets, but wanted to express appreciation for all the staff, all the elected leaders, and the contributions that Johnson County made to the region. This summer was a magical summer. Not only was the sport amazing and top-notch, and we got to learn about the players, but we got to learn a lot about ourselves. The fact that Kansas City Metro, including Johnson County, just felt so welcoming, and to see the support for one another's countries and cultures and connection that we had across the world was just something amazing to be a part of. But there was so much planning to make that happen, and I think it exceeded expectations in so many ways for so many people. But there's a lot of teams behind that did a lot of planning. First, I want to ask Bo to come forward. He's going to give an overview of some cool statistics, some things that you may not know, but you've probably heard some of this in the media about the great things in the numbers and the regional partners, et cetera. Also have Aaron Otto come talk a little bit about transit and our support for the region for that, and Jody Hansen to talk about the communications support. So there's a lot of people to thank, and at the very end, I'm going to highlight public safety and all the others that helped us pull this off to be a safe, wonderful event. So get it started with Bo McCall to come forward. And Bo, special thank you to you. He was our coordinator. We pulled him as a special projects manager, special assignment for over a year. So thank you for all, you'll see in a minute in all his slides, all the coordinating he did with every partner in the region, but also within Johnson County. And there's a lot more people to thank, but Bo, special thank you to you as well. Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and County Commissioners. On July 11th, a few weeks ago, the final whistle blew in Kansas City and Johnson County as the region hosted its final match of the tournament. I'm pleased today to highlight how the KC region and Johnson County brought the World Cup to life during that time. And as the county manager mentioned, there's also a lot of thank yous to go around in this presentation. Let's start with the matches. So between June 16th and July 11th, Kansas City Stadium hosted 6 world-class matches over 26 days, including a quarterfinal. More than 413,000 fans attended, which is averaging approximately 69,000 fans per match. Kansas City welcomed 11 national teams and their international supporters from across the region and around the world. That's nearly 1 in 4 teams of the entire tournament came through Kansas City at some point. Some of those amazing match highlights, we saw a historic Messi hat trick. We welcomed the Ecuador Banderazo. We saw the Curaçao's goalkeeper, Eloy Roy Arum, deliver one of the tournament's most memorable performances with the second most saves ever in a single men's FIFA World Cup match. During the Netherlands' victory over Tunisia, Katia Etzel Garcia became the first Latina referee for a men's FIFA World Cup match. And earlier that day, we saw approximately 36,000 Dutch supporters mixed in with a lot of local support as well, participating in the Orange Fan Walk through Kansas City. Algeria and Austria played one of the tournament's most dramatic group stage matches. After 100 matches in the tournament, this match was ranked in the top 10 by The Athletic. In the round of 32, we welcomed another Colombia Banderazo and the Ghana Black Stars as Colombia advanced to the quarterfinals. And then in Kansas City's final match, Argentina closed the region's hosting duties with an exciting extra-time quarterfinal victory over Switzerland. Let's talk about the base camps for a little bit. Got to remember the slides here, too. There we go. Kansas City's impact extended well beyond match days, serving as one of the tournament's leading team base camp hubs, with 4 participating nations calling the region home. Argentina, Algeria, the Netherlands, and England brought a combined 346 team delegates, plus their players, including the base camp hotel right here in Johnson County for the tournament's third-place finishing team, the Three Lions of England. More highlights throughout the tournament. Kansas City welcomed visiting dignitaries and representatives from participating nations. Through the first 92 matches, KC led all U.S. markets in Fox's World Cup ratings with an 18 share. This means 18% of all local television turned on at that time of the World Cup game were tuned to the tournament. In-person spending in World Cup host cities rose 5% from June 10th to July 5th compared to the year before, according to the Bank of America Institute. And Kansas City led the way with hotels bringing in significantly more revenue, especially in the knockout stages when visitors made last-minute travel plans and the strongest restaurant and bar spending growth of any World Cup host city in the country. MCI had a record day on Sunday, July 12th, with 24,266 people screened through security. This is MCI's busiest day of outbound travel traffic of all time. 8 different days at MCI surpassed 20,000 travelers. This is the equivalent of 8 Thanksgivings in a few weeks. And in Johnson County's first 5 match days, our executive airport saw an increase of 21.6% above the average daily traffic count. New York Times also featured the KC region as one of the World Cup's winners. It cited that KC outperformed other host cities in the average rate for short-term rentals on match days and evenings. And on match days, the city also had the largest spike of all the U.S. host regions in the average daily rate for a hotel room compared with last year. And the number of diners at local restaurants rose by 20% in the KC region during the tournament compared with the same time last year. We heard a lot about FIFA Fan Fest in the lead up to the World Cup. Between June 11th and July 11th, FIFA Fan Festival at the World War I Museum was the regional hub for live music, culture, and community. More than 400,000 Fan Festival attendees in KC were welcomed at FIFA Fan Fest. It was open for 19 days. We welcomed guests from 150 plus countries, 40 local performers, and for all those who were watching the U.S. men's national team broadcast, KC was often seen in that feed. They were selected as the live feed for fans. As far as the origin of attendees at Fan Fest, about 33%, so about a third, were national, 13% international, and about half local and regional. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jody to talk a little bit about the community celebrations.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, Deputy Director of Communications and Engagement. As both said, Jody Hansen is my name. So many cities and other partners stepped in to celebrate World Cup here in their communities and join the region, and it was really excited to see. There were 35 scheduled watch parties in our community and 15 scheduled events over the weekend of 4th of July. So great opportunities for people who weren't at a match or at Fan Fest to enjoy something within Johnson County. We developed Johnson County United as a platform to share community activations, resources, and our great amenities in a united way. So especially helpful for visitors who might necessarily know the difference between our cities and our county borders. The main hub of that information was johnsoncountyunited.com, which we launched in March, and we made it translatable in 10 languages. Another action we took was leveraging our Summer Joco magazine, turning it into a special edition World Cup issue, and we printed 10,000 extra copies aimed at getting in the hands of visitors, knowing that they were already getting mailed to our residents, just to give another avenue for information for people who are coming to visit. I want to thank leadership for your support of all of these efforts, and I want to thank the communication and engagement team for all of their hard work. It took a lot of us to make this happen. Also, the communicators from the cities in Johnson County were very helpful. Couldn't have done it without them. So thank you so much, and back to Bo. This is on.
I'm also pleased to highlight some of the experiences and the community celebrations at the Johnson County Library and the Johnson County Parks and Rec. Johnson County Library leveraged a once-in-a-lifetime event to expand access to information, experiences, and resources. It welcomed a record-setting number of patrons and invested in improvements that will benefit the community well beyond the tournament. There were new soccer-themed programming that was often sold out and included the Baby World Cup, Jurassic Escape Room for teens, the Teen FIFA World Cup Party, Happy Feet KC Soccer for toddlers and preschoolers. Check out the match events that screened matches at various library branches during the tournament, and a popular summer reading program on soccer and the global celebration of the game. There were new resources and expanded services that were also added. They added confidential handheld translation devices at every location, installed secure phone charging lockers at many branches, expanded multilingual initiatives to make every patron feel welcome, and upgraded networks for faster internet access. Johnson County Theater in the Park was also the host for one of the biggest community celebrations in Johnson County. Over 5 weeks between June 16th and July 19th, JCPRD welcomed over 12,000 visitors to 24 watch parties at Theater in the Park. We welcomed guests from 53 different countries, 38 local food and art vendors. Organizers received countless compliments on how well organized the events have been, as well as incredible media and social coverage and great exposure to Johnson County, JCPRD, Shawnee Mission Park, and Theater in the Park. I personally high-fived more strangers at the USA-Bosnia match than I've ever high-fived before, so that's another stat that should be mentioned. Volunteers contributed over 800 volunteer hours between June 16th and July 19th. 60 representatives from county departments helped with parking and security at the front gates. I want to give a big shout out to JCPRD's Park Police, along with their partners from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, MedAct, and the Shawnee Community Support Team for making sure the watch parties were safe and a healthy place. Other JCPRD initiatives included Meadowbrook Park, of course, and the use by the Team England to decompress in between games. They were seen riding bikes, doing yoga, playing pickleball, made international news. Even The Guardian picked up those stories. The Unity Cup, which launched a lot of these events the week before the World Cup, and national news for the 3 Argentina soccer fans that cycled nearly 11,000 miles to KC to be surprised with tickets to Argentina and Algeria match. That was featured on Good Morning America. Public art projects showcase local artists through the celebration flags and the garden spheres. And those garden spheres are currently available for bidding and closing August 9th. One of the biggest success stories of this tournament is that whether it was matches at KC Stadium, the FIFA Fan Festival, community watch parties, or 4th of July celebrations, events across the region and Johnson County were carried out safely and without major incident. This did not happen by chance. It was the result of intentional, coordinated planning amongst public safety, security, health, and medical partners throughout Johnson County and the Kansas City region. Their preparation over the past few years, communication, coordination, collaboration, helped ensure residents and visitors could safely enjoy this historic celebration here in our community. Throughout the tournament, Johnson County's EOC operated at an elevated posture for 36 consecutive days, including 29 days in watch status and 7 very late nights at partial activations on match days and 4th of July. They coordinated regional operations and support for community events through extreme heat, humidity, shelter-in-place notifications on match days, thunderstorms, and of course, giving the Midwest welcome to the base camp teams with a tornado warning within 24 hours for almost all the base camp teams. So I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to a number of leaders in this area. For the Joint Operations Center, I want to thank Aaron Lynch and Dan Madley at Mid-America Regional Council, as well as Argene Smith and Kyle Postel and Lindsey Douglas with KC 2026. And on our Johnson County team, Chief Davis, Dan Robeson, Trent Pittman, Elise Hayes, Chief Winger, and the entire Emergency Operations Center team. We could go on naming, there's so many people to thank in this, but just wanted to thank you again for all of your support keeping this community safe. I will turn to Penny.
Thank you. I just want to add an explanation point to the EOC work, all the planning and all the, first of all, let's pause and thank the public safety officials. All the first responders, all the emergency operations folks that are first responders, public safety, and a lot of other folks, and Bo highlighted many of them. We have a slide coming up that list all the various departments that had shifts in there, but many of these folks were not able to take vacation for a period of time that most people would. We had daily calls in the EOC, Emergency Operations Center. They had a lot of regional calls throughout the day. We gave the board an update through the 5 on Friday weekly update on World Cup. So there was a lot of planning and work that went into that, and I just want to acknowledge all those folks. So thank you very much for all that hard work. Next, I'll turn it over to Aaron. He's going to give a very high level on transit. We will have follow-up and more information to come on transit, but just couldn't acknowledge the World Cup without the success of the things that we contributed in this area. So Aaron, please share with us a few highlights.
Thank you, Penny. One of the slides at the very beginning that we kind of skipped over briefly just because of advancing is a New York Times article that if you haven't seen, you really do need to see. It was from July 11th, 2026, and the headline, we couldn't have written better ourselves. Kansas City, the smallest World Cup host, has the world at its feet. And that goes in tandem with, there was a person who traveled and saw a game at every stadium and spent 3 days at every community in the United States that hosted a World Cup match. And they asked him at NPR, what were your favorite experiences? And he goes, they'll probably surprise you. It was Kansas City and Seattle, and they asked him why. And he talked about the fact that Kansas City was ready, it was hospitable, it was affordable, it was all the kind of things we were hoping for that someone would take away from that experience. So I think overall, in transit being part of it, that just kind of speaks to the success that and the way that Kansas City shined. So the KC26 Direct, get to some advanced slides. The KC26 Direct, this was a program put together by KC 2026. If you recall, when the World Cup bid was put in for Kansas City, one of the areas that was a little bit of a weak spot for the region was our transportation network. So a lot of effort was put forward by KC 2026, KCATA, and Johnson County Transit, along with Wyandottes Transit System, to try to supplement service so that we did have a more robust presence when we had people here for the matches. So as you may recall, there was the routes that went regional direct, stadium direct, and their airport service for KC 2026 that ran from June 11th to July 13th. They had stops in Johnson County for the stadium out of Oak Park Mall, and they also had other stops for the regional system. There were over 215,000 passes across all three of the KC 2026 system. And that included, like I said, 3 networks here in Johnson County for the regional system. And Oak Park Mall's Stadium Direct was sold out pretty instantly. And for every match, moving over 1,000 ticket holders to the games for each of the different sessions. Then Johnson County's Link system. This is an unprecedented level of service that was stood up in a robust manner for our fixed route system. And it was done in a way that would feed into the KC 2026 system very intentionally. So the transit team worked on building the system in partnership with KC 2026, and honestly, they very successfully delivered on the promises that were made in that plan. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. There were over 4,000 passes sold at 14 stops in 7 cities on the 3 circulator routes that ran from June 9th to July 13th. Again, it was built to be a system that moved people around to the communities, to business, to entertainment, to cultural destinations, and also to make the connections to go into the KC 2026 system. Much of this investment did come from federal and state sources that could only be dollars used for World Cup transportation and infrastructure. And I would say this service, just being stood up and temporary, it exceeded the industry average for on-time performance throughout its duration. Then the airport drop-in rides model, that's still in place. So far, nearly 4,000 passengers in the first 6 weeks have taken advantage of this service. That runs between Lenexa City Center, Overland Park Convention Center, and MCI. The new 60-minute frequency started on July 17th and will run roughly through September 20th when it's expected the pilot funding that was established for this service would expire. We are going to do a full review, including an outside group looking at helping us do an assessment, and that will help better inform whether and how this service might continue in the future, and that review is just starting and getting underway. Some of the survey results from the passengers that have chosen to take the survey we've asked for, 96% rate the service as excellent, 97% would recommend it to a friend. The passengers cited the clean buses, the on-time performance as some of the major factors of why the system worked well in their eyes. 77% of the passengers are Johnson County residents, 75% were riding for a vacation or travel. There was only 9% of the respondents that said they cited the World Cup as a major reason for riding. So we anticipate that the ridership obviously will continue even though the World Cup is concluded, with those Johnson County residents continue to use it. I'd end with just a couple thank yous. One thank you is to TransDev. That's our transit provider. They brought in over 40 drivers, supported by 10 road supervisors, along with other individuals into the area that became the team we needed to help augment our existing resources in terms of personnel to provide these services. And quite frankly, a lot of these drivers from out of town kind of became ambassadors. I've heard numerous stories of people like, I have this guy from Wisconsin, he was so excited to be here and just excited about Kansas City. There was a lot of great interplay that really, again, promoted the hospitality of Kansas City and Johnson County. So there was a fleet of dedicated buses that were leased, that were brought in and have since been returned to help augment this service. And again, it took almost a year of coordinating between TransDev, Johnson County Transit, and Mid-America Nazarene. I want to give a shout out to them. They were incredible hosts for our visitors that were here out of town to help provide these services. So really, it's the strength of these partnerships and the commitment of everyone involved that helped make this incredibly complex system be built and run smoothly, safely, reliably, and on time. So lastly, definitely without exception, want to recognize Justin Welker, Lisa Womack, Ryan Hurst, Ian Fionn Hughes, and just the rest of the transit team for the work they've done to not only provide the normal services they do day in and day out, but to step up and provide the services for the World Cup. I think I'm pleased to turn it back over to the county manager.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to you as well, and Bo and Aaron Wynn and others that helped coordinate a lot of those efforts. Next, just want to highlight really quick the business aspect. You can see this picture with the chair here with various community leaders in the Kansas City region. Recently, KC was highlighted in Fortune for its World Cup role in World Cup. You can see a quote there from that. Over the summer, there were a lot of diplomats, business leaders, those investors wanted to come and do business in Kansas City, and this was a chance for leadership in the picture with the chairman, including the chairman, to highlight what's great about Johnson County, what's great about the Kansas City region to do business. And I was asked, so thank you, Chair, and those leaders, because I think there will be some follow-up to that, and that's something that will be a legacy from this, as many others, transit and other things. But quick story, I was having fun with sharing scarves and trading scarves, and so I was invited to host a breakfast with the Netherlands, some business representatives from the Netherlands, the day of the Orange Walk. And so when this person that's in the picture is a leader from Flora Foods, he said the largest Netherlands-based business in the United States is here in Johnson County, and they have a presence at New Century. And so Tim Cowden looked at me like, get one of your scarves. So at the end, I went and presented him a scarf, and later he posted on this international site, he was at the Orange Walk wearing our scarf. So I was pretty proud of that. And I also got invited to do the walk with someone else from the Netherlands, which was really a neat experience. But I just wanted to highlight the business aspect and the follow-up that will come from that. Of a lot of big thank yous to add what we've already said. I'll ask Bo to highlight the region because he met with every single people, representative on here, either at a staff level or in sitting amongst emergency management folks and coordinating with our internal folks. I'll let Bo highlight this, and I want to end with a bunch of thank yous for our key departments. So, Bo.
Yes, and just a big thank you to all of the regional partners. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. We could have slides, fill up slides with all the different regional partners who were involved with this. But just want to give a special shout out to KC 2026, Pam Kramer, Lindsay Douglas, Jason Sims, Tracy Welpley, Megan Jansen, and Lisa Below for all their support over the past couple years, bringing this event together, as well as Mid-America Regional Council, Ashley Hand, Aaron Lynch, Dan Manley. So much amazing coordination happening at the regional level. And all of our Johnson County United partners as well. I'm not going to name everybody on this slide, but there's just been so much coordination happening over the past few years, meetings, planning, contingency planning, all types of different formats, trainings, exercises that all these partners have been involved in, and communications as well. And so just very much appreciate all of their support throughout this tournament.
Bo, thank you. And sitting amongst the Emergency Operations Center, it was amazing that I would hear daily, with the exception of maybe a few extra days on heat, but that probably would have happened anyway, that the call volume was on trend last year when we didn't have these hundreds of thousands guests in the metro. Pretty amazing. So that stat is worth noting. So final slide, there's a whole list of Johnson County folks to thank. We've done some of those, but I want you to see the vast list of the departments that are on here. I won't read everyone, but I do want to call out a few folks in particular or representatives from departments. I've already mentioned Bo. Bo, thank you for your extra leadership. Aaron Otto, who's presented today with transit and helping with that. Jody Hansen and Lisa Thurber in communications. Dan Robeson, he deserves a prize. I worked closely with Dan during COVID. This was a different experience. Of course, it was a whole different thing, and it was the system that works that FEMA has set up for our Emergency Operations Center across the country. The system works even for prep for amazing sporting events. And the system works, but his leadership, Paul, and yours is greatly appreciated in that. Chris Winger, Assistant Chief of Operations of MedAct, Chief Paul Davis, Sheriff Byron Roberson, Under Sheriff Cindy Henson, Charlie Hunt, Bill Nixon. I'm saying their names, but I should probably say their departments. Charlie Hunt's the Director of Health and Environment. Bill Nixon, our Director of Technology. Aaron Nguyen, Chief of Staff, and coordinated a lot with the board activities. And the Chairman, Justice Welker, has already mentioned, you've already mentioned Lisa Womack, Jeff Stewart, and the amazing park staff that opened up the park, as Bo highlighted, to our community, and so much good positive things with Susan Mong and Rhonda Pollard with his team, and Trista Solentrop with the library. I hope I didn't miss any key people out. It's hard to do this justice. I know we got a business meeting today, but I'm so proud of everyone listed on here and the partnerships that we've helped build stronger in the region. And Chairman, I'll turn it over to you for final comments. You played a key leadership role, and I hope the board is as proud as I am as Johnson County government's efforts in the region success, the highlight across the world that we've been able to experience this summer.
Well, Penny, thank you very much. Big round of applause for. Leadership starts at the top, so Penny, thank you very much. And thank you to the board. We can all talk about this probably for the rest of the afternoon, and we have some important business items here today. Everybody can have an opportunity to comment if they'd like here. What I would say, though, is thank you for making this a focus area for the last 2 years, because I think we've accomplished the goals that we set out here. Have we risen on the world stage? Absolutely. Over 55.5 billion views on social platforms reached for our region. Have we shown the Johnson County magic to the world? Without a doubt, whether it be England at Meadowbrook, whether it be the Unity Cup, whether it be Theater in the Park, and everything in between. And can we leave a lasting legacy? That's the next piece. The lessons that we've learned, the momentum that we have, the proof of concept on so many different things. Now, how do we take that to a legacy piece for the people of Johnson County? I'm very excited for that. So thank you to my fellow board members for all your efforts in prioritizing this World Cup, and congratulations on an overwhelming success. I do see we have a comment from Commissioner Allenbrand. Commissioner Allenbrand, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not going to list everything, but I just want you to know, as a fellow commissioner, I want to thank the chair and my fellow commissioners and all the departments that were involved in this. Not only, from our Parks Department and all the accomplishments were made, and what I'm hearing back from restaurants and just the amount of activity and their economic development. There has recently been the Kansas City Realtors Association is listing this is one of the best places to live. And I think that's exciting. And also the relationships built with other communities to me is just outstanding. And I'm anxious to hear in future dates how the revenues work as far as what's been made. But I'd really like to get a number back from who knew that ranch dressing and barbecue sauce was going to be #1 liters of carry-ons. So I feel bad for the ones that tried to carry it on and didn't pack it. But I don't know, is there any way to get sales tax off of that or something? But anyway, thank you to everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Allenbrand. Commissioner Brewer.
I'd like to echo my thanks. I won't take too much time. Just two observations. In all of the kind of early, I would say, armchair quarterback reflections on how Kansas City region did, the one thing I'm very proud of is no one has said we were underprepared. When you over-prepare, you can always scale back a little bit for future events and understand what you need and don't need. But if you under-prepare, not only do your guests and your residents have not a great experience, but you also don't know how much you needed to scale up. So I appreciate that. We definitely took being prepared seriously, and we definitely took what was identified, quite frankly, as our host city, as our weakest link, our transportation, very seriously, and put a lot of robust effort and a lot of man hours into making that happen. I also am looking forward to the fact that what we learned, what we've created, and those relationships that we've built, I think will be helpful in another initiative that we're a part of, and that's welcoming JOCO. And I am very much looking forward to taking our lessons, our legacies, our successes, and things we can improve upon and bringing it into that next phase. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much. Bo, special thank you to you for all your efforts over the years of preparation. At this time, we're going to thank all of our staff members for the presentation and more to come on the World Cup as we get additional fiscal notes as we're able to quantify the impact a little bit better, more conversation to come. At this time, though, we're going to turn to the public comment portion of our agenda. It's an opportunity for folks to address county items to the board assembled, specifically items that don't appear on today's business agenda. If you would like to speak to a business item, we ask that you register in advance on that item. If you do happen to speak on a business item during today's general public comment session, we're going to ask that you refrain during the general session and leave those comments to the item itself. When you do come to the dais, we ask you to state your name, the community in which you reside. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. There's a clock on either side of the dais that will assist you with that time period. If you happen to go beyond that 2 minutes, we'll give you an opportunity to conclude your comments. We do ask that members of the public refrain from remarks that are personally offensive, impertinent, profane, slanderous, or those that would demean any person or groups of persons. If we happen to stray into that kind of public comment, we'll provide a warning. If it continues, we'll ask that you step aside from the dais. We do allow public comments virtually, but we have no virtual public commenters today, so we're going to call on the in-person public commenter, and that is Phil Bauer.
Hi, my name's Phil Bauer. I live in Leawood in the 1st District. And let's talk budget. A lot of numbers were thrown around at the budget presentation 2 weeks ago, but there were 2 critical numbers that were not mentioned that come directly from the budget documents. First one, $390,479,418. That's ad valorem property taxes budgeted in 2026. $410,634,494 ad valorem property taxes budgeted in 2027. That's more than a $20 million increase in property taxes, a 5.2% increase. Now, your media bite's going to be that the tax rate will stay the same, but the real amount of property tax has increased every single year since 2013 at a rate of about 5% a year. You want to know why housing isn't affordable in Johnson County? It's because your annual property tax increases every year. Homeowners can't afford this. These annual property tax increases of yours have got to stop. You say the county's growing. Well, it's growing at a rate of about 1% a year. But property taxes grow at 5% a year. That's just not the right way to represent your constituents. Chairman Kelly, you mentioned 2 weeks ago, if there are real suggestions, bring them to the table. I have real suggestions on how we can save property tax dollars. You'll all receive them next week, and pay attention to them. And let's work together to lower property taxes for all Johnson County homeowners. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Bauer. I believe that's all the public commenters we have during this general public comment session. So we'll move at this time to the consent, notes for the record. A couple of those, and appreciating your patience. I'm noting that for the record that per resolution number 095-26, the Director of the Department of Health and Environment has approved the Chief Medical Examiner, District Coroner appointment of Isla McLean, Chief Medical Death Investigator, and Abby Smith, Deputy Chief Medical Investigator, as Special Deputy Coroners for Johnson County Coroner District 10. Further, note that I'll be signing Administrative Resolution Number WD 26-023, enlarging the privately financed sewer district and providing for the assessments of all applicable fees, charges, and levies of the Consolidated Main Sewer District and the Consolidated Lateral Sewer District in the vicinity of 15150 West 55th Terrace in Shawnee. At this time, we'll move to the consent agenda. I will note there's been a request to move item number 4 to the action agenda. So at this time, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended? Commissioner Hanslick.
I move to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
Brewer, second.
So moved then by Commissioner Hanslick and seconded by Commissioner Brewer. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fest.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand. Chairman Kelly.
Aye. I believe that's 6 in favor, and leaving the vote open for one more second for Commissioner Allenbrand. We'll have it at 6 in favor and 1 against, or 6 in favor, none against for the consent agenda.
Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I don't know why you didn't hear, but I voted aye.
Oh, thank you so
Allen.
much. We will put that as 7 in favor and none against,
Thank you.
consistent with the clerk's
Sorry.
count. Very good. All right, at this time, we'll move on to resolution number 102-26. This establishes our ongoing process for the bipartisan team of observers for the destruction of election ballots. Arenado is here to answer questions. Commissioner Ashcraft, you asked that this item be removed. I'll look to you for questions, comments on the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Otto, just a straightforward question. Is this a new process?
So in the past, thank you for the question, Commissioner Ashcraft. In the past, 2 years ago, the chairman brought forward 2 names that the board ratified. So this year, we decided to, after following some of the reviews that you've done with other committees and appointment processes, to make sure this is spelled out in the process going forward. And so it matches a similar model where if the chairman does have an appointment, makes the appointment, there's the 10-day waiting period, then it's brought forward on a consent agenda for ratification. So it's laying out a process that, spoiler alert, very soon, assuming this is adopted, you will see 2 names coming forward to be considered by the board for approval so that the Johnson County Election Commissioner can successfully comply with state law when it comes to the destruction of ballots after the required period of time of retention.
So this is a formalization of a process that we have used.
Yes, thank you.
That's all, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to make the motion if you're still ready.
We'll come back to you when everybody gets an opportunity. We'll go to Commissioner Brewer.
So since we're formalizing the process and making it consistent with the other appointment processes, will the nominees fill out the same application that other folks fill out for the appointment process?
Yes, that's my understanding, correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, I really appreciate your transparencies and looking at all these different boards. I just appreciate that leadership, so thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests for comments at this time, therefore we'll go to Commissioner Ashcraft for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 102-26, establishing an ongoing process under which the chair nominates bipartisan observers for the destruction of election ballots pursuant to KSA 25-2708. with each nomination subject to board approval pursuant to the board's amended rules of order governing the appointments of boards and commissions.
Myers, second.
So moved by Commissioner Ashcraft and seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further questions on the item, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, yes.
Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that is 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thanks, Mr. Otto. Moving on at this time to number 5 on your regularly scheduled action agenda. We are here for resolution number WD 26-015. We'll have a public hearing and consider authorizing funds for the construction phase of the New Century Air Center Wastewater Treatment Facility Equalization Basin Pumpings and Solids Thickening Improvement Project. At this time, I am going to open a public hearing on the topic and invite Susan Pekarik from Johnson County Wastewater to provide a brief presentation. Ms. Pekarik, welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, and good morning, Commissioners. This request before you this morning is for the construction phase funding for the New Century Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvements Project. The New Century Wastewater Treatment Facility is located in New Century, Kansas, and it serves the New Century Airport, the industries in the area, and also some residential flow. Sometimes the industrial high-strength loadings can cause the facility to operate at or near its load limit. So this project will construct a new equalization basin to help stabilize that flow and the loading variabilities that we see out there. Several of the assets at that facility, as well as solids thickening, will also be renewed as part of this project. The design was previously authorized by the board. The design is complete, and we put the project out to bid. Financial Management Purchasing has opened the construction bids, and award of the construction contract is the next agenda item. Engineering construction phase services will be performed by Jacobs Engineering. They're one of our term and supply engineering consultants under contract for work of this type. In addition, Purchasing Policy 110.155 provides that change orders that are equal to or exceed $150,000 be approved by the board. As part of this item, wastewater is requesting that the wastewater general manager be delegated authority to approve change orders that are less than or equal to $250,000 for this project, and also increase the combined change order threshold that requires BOCC approval, delegate that authority to the general manager as well, increasing it from 10% to 15% of the base contract amount. This project was included in our financial plan that we presented to the board most recently earlier this summer, and was approved as part of the 2026 budget. So in summary, we do recommend authorizing the funds in the amount of $20,519,200 for the construction phase funding of New Century Air Center Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvements Project, and then delegating the authority for change orders less than or equal to $250,000, as well as increasing the threshold from 10 to 15% for the base contract amount, delegating that authority to the general manager. There's a map on the screen of our project. This is the New Century facility, and you can see the areas outlined in red. Those are the areas where the project improvements will take place, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pekarik. I'm going to ask you to step aside for just a second. This is a public hearing, so therefore, even if you didn't sign up, if you'd like an opportunity to specifically talk about Resolution WD 26015, you're welcome to do so at this time. So I'd invite anybody who would like to discuss this item to come forward. All right, if we could have the clock for the public comment. All right, Galen Van Horn.
Galen Van Horn, Lenexa. I do have a question. This is obviously an important project for our county. Does this project, the construction, include research a research center that will look at recycling wastewater for the potential data centers so that we are not using real water for our data centers? That is a question that I have about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other folks who would like to provide a public comment regarding this item? Okay, I'm seeing none, therefore I'm going to close the public hearing. Welcome back, Ms. Susan Pekarik, and go to questions and comments from the board, starting with Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question about, I was trying to remember, when was this wastewater facility originally put in place at New Century? And when was the last time it had any major updates?
This facility was constructed in the early to mid-'90s. I'm looking at Patrick Denning, who's our Assistant Chief Engineer for Existing Infrastructure. I think it was between 92 and 94, something like that. It's been a number of years since we've had the last major project we had was to expand the treatment capacity. So it's been a number of years since we've done that. And the industrial wastewater, it's a much more corrosive environment just because it's a higher loading. So it is time to renew several of those assets. The EQ basin will help provide, it'll kind of de-peak those higher loadings that we see. That way we'll be able to continue to treat at the design capacity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Commissioner Allen Brand. Commissioner Allen Brand, I believe you're on mute.
No, we're open.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Sorry. I think we have some technology issues. Anyway, Ms. McCarrick, I want to thank you for all your work, and I'm always so impressed with your briefing sheets because they're so detailed. But being involved in construction as I have been in the past, I am surprised that it's taken us this long to even come to the commission to increase this, because if you don't have the ability to make those decisions when they happen, it can cost you up to 3 or 4 times more. So I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Ms. Pekarik, I've got a question for you because I don't want there to be an allegation that we're trying to bury a policy issue within this resolution. Tell me a little bit about the justification for the increase in change order authority to the general manager, given fluctuations that we've seen in the marketplace, and then items coming back to the Board of County Commissioners, the importance of timeline on a schedule. If you could just speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something that we're looking at with projects that we would be bringing before the board. You know, in this case, we're building a basin. We're also renewing, or replacing rather, I should say, some of that influent line to the plant because it is corroded. Anytime you're doing excavation, you just don't know what you might find. We do the best we can to try to estimate what we think we might know is under the ground, utilities, things like that. So by increasing this authority, and you mentioned, you know, we've seen construction costs continue to increase, particularly in the infrastructure sector. This allows us to keep the project on schedule, allows us to keep the contractor moving and not have to do a pause and come to the board for that authorization. So, and this amount is something that really captures most of the change orders that, you know, we brought before the board. So.
Well, to me, it seems like a reasonable increase, given what you're seeing directly in the field. I think it'd be very rare that you come forward to the board with a change order because in some subterranean part of the project, you see something in that we would say, nope, stop it. We're not going to allow the change order, and all the time and the money that's been invested into this project is somehow halted. I think based on the JCW's track record that you've earned that trust and support. And I think it's fiscally reasonable to provide that increase so that we can keep our projects on time, on schedule, and on budget.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, you asked the core question I was going to ask, so your point on, and I appreciated Commissioner Director Pekarik's response. I would be interested in learning more about the analysis, because I'm just wondering if that's the right amount, particularly given some of the other projects. While this is an important project, in your world, it's not really that big of a project. And I understand there are circumstances, but I'd be interested in learning more, particularly if you have an interest in making something like this permanent. So just my observation. And Mr. Chairman, if I may have the liberty, the speaker presented an interesting notion about the reuse of wastewater for certain facilities. I don't have any knowledge of that. It's an interesting notion, and if that's something that is worth exploring, I would encourage staff to do that. But that opens up a whole different conversation about the facilities that might be using it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brewer?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Norris for a meeting we had last week to discuss the very issue that both the Chair and Commissioner Ashcraft had touched upon, and that is recognizing this project was asking for an increase in the threshold for before it comes back to the board if there's a change or an expenditure that's 250,000 or above, different than the 150. I think this is a good example of why we need to have that study session. I know that's part of the intent, I think, going forward to discuss, I think it's also important to have the nuance that different types of departments, agencies, and activities may need different thresholds that are appropriate. I do appreciate that this is a fully bidded project, that we understand the complexity of the projects, and that the change orders and the dollars that we're talking about are in scope with a fee generation budget that you have to pay for this project. I also appreciate the conversation you and I had a few weeks back about the use of non-potable wastewater on something that was generated from something I saw that was being tested in another region. And I believe you shared with me at the time that you do use some of that wastewater, if it's been through the treatment, to wash vehicles and do some other types of internal. We're not taking it, I was asking about a pilot in a different area that's taking wastewater and putting it back into the drinking water, doing additional treatment and taking it and putting it back into the drinking water system. We do not do that, but my understanding from our conversation is you are using some of the results of the wastewater completion on some internal uses. Is that correct?
We do. That's, wastewater or clean water utilities like ours, or wastewater utilities like ours. Certainly that is a way that we can mitigate costs. We can utilize the water that we're cleaning. We utilize it to wash down equipment. With the new Nelson facility that's being constructed right now, we are setting it up so that we can utilize that for our sewer cleaning equipment, so that we don't have to buy potable water everywhere then to clean sewers, because you don't need potable water to clean sewers. You just need clean water to clean, right? So we utilize that all the time. We utilize it for seal water for pumps. So very efficient in the way that we're using our treated water to be able to reuse that internally.
And already modeling that acknowledgement that water is a vital resource, and let's be as efficient as possible. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further comments on the resolution? How about a motion? Commissioner Brewer?
I move to adopt resolution number WD 26-0-015, authorizing funds for the construction phase of the New Century Air Center wastewater treatment facility equalization basin pumping and solids thickening improvements project, LBC2 contract 19, in the amount not to exceed $20,519,200, authorizing the wastewater general manager to execute future individual change orders for this project less than or equal to $250,000, and increasing the individual and combined change order threshold requiring board approval to 15% of the base contract amount for this project.
Hanslick, second.
I'll give it to Commissioner Hanslick there. So moved by Commissioner Brewer and seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
I read it off of, I'm sorry. I read it off of the agenda. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, we have 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. McCarrick. We appreciate it, but you're going to be here for our next item because now we are going to consider authorizing the contract pursuant to IFB 2026-001 with Crossland Heavy Contractors, Inc. To construct that very project. Ms. McCarrick, for future comments you'd like to make about the bidding process or the project in general?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'll just be brief. We had 5 bids for the construction of the project. Crossland Heavy Contractors was the low bid. Their low bid was $16,945,420. The engineer's opinion of probable cost was $392,907. As I highlight, when we come before you with these contract awards, the engineer's opinion of probable cost is not directly comparable to the bids, and certainly the bids can vary based on the time of year, the time of procurement, sources of materials for the construction project. Jacobs Engineering, the design engineer, they did review the bids, and they do recommend awarding the contract. Wastewater and FMA purchasing staff also agree with that recommendation. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Commissioner Ashcraft to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McCarrick, this item seems to be in good order. Just one quick question. The proposed bidder, have we had experience directly with them? I know they have good experience generally, but have they worked for us?
Yes, they've done several projects for us successfully.
Further questions on this item? If not, how about a motion? Commissioner Hanslick, thank you.
I move to authorize a contract with Crossland Heavy Contractors, Inc. to construct the New Century Air Center wastewater treatment facility, equalization basin, pumping and solids thickening improvements project, LBC2-contract 19, in the amount of $16,945,420 per IFB number 2026-001.
Brewer, second.
Thank you for that. So moved by Commissioner Hanslick, seconded by Commissioner Brewer. I'm not seeing further questions or comments on this item, so I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, yes.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you very much. And to end the trio of items from Ms. McCarrick here, we go to item number 8 on your agenda. And this is considering a contract extension with the MS Management and Consultants, Inc. What? Oh, no, we're still on number 7. I have already flipped the page. Forgive me so much. We're on Resolution WD 26018. We'll have a public hearing and consider creating a contract District Number 1 of Blue River Number 26, and then funds to provide sewers in an agreement with Wild Horse Investors LLC. At this time, I'm opening a public hearing, and we'll hear a presentation from Susan Pekarik at Wastewater.
Thank you, Chairman. This request is to create the contract District Number 1 of Blue River 26 and authorize funding for the project not to exceed $1.9 million. This area is located roughly northeast of Schweitzer Road and 179th Street. It's the area highlighted there in kind of a pink or a salmon color on the map. So just for some context, to enlarge into the consolidated main sewer district, 51% of the sub-watershed land area must request sewers. And when that requirement cannot be met, policy does provide that a contract can be created to bring sewers to the proposed area, and that's what we have here today. The owner of the land has signed a petition for the proposed area, and they do request the use of option 2. where the developer pays or the landowner pays 10% of the sewer project costs. The developer has prepaid $190,000 for the work, for the project. Engineering, design, and construction phase services will be provided by one of the collection system engineering term and supply consultants that we have under contract for that work. The project will consist of approximately 2,900 feet of sewer that ranges in size from 10 to 15 inches in diameter. It's noted there on the map, approximately there in the red line that you see on the map. We do recommend creating the contract district and authorizing the funding in the amount of $1.9 million. And that was included in our financial plan. We always have an inclusion in our financial plan for any new sewers that might come about. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McCarrick. I appreciate that very much. This being a public hearing, there's an opportunity for anyone from the public who would like to discuss Resolution WD 26018 to do so, even if you haven't signed up yet. So if anybody would like to provide a public hearing on the creation of this contract district, we invite you to do so at this time. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, invite back Ms. McCarrick, and have questions and comments from the board, starting with Commissioner Brewer.
Ms. McCarrick, I really only have one question for you, and that is, under option 2, the 10%, how is that derived? How is that the right percentage, and what does that allow us when we think about cost recovery, or we think about other costs associated with not only installing it, but maintenance?
So what I would offer is that when the policy was created, 10% was the amount that was included as part of option 2. There are 3 options total. We will do kind of a high-level analysis. This particular development is proposing 108 homes. And if you look at, we typically might sell a bond to pay for the JCW portion of this project, which we typically sell 20-year bonds. And so just, estimating based on when we would expect to see houses connect. Prior to connection, the property owner is paying the system availability charge. That's $380 an acre. And then once they connect, they're paying, their user fee charge. So, making several assumptions throughout that analysis, this development would pay back in less than 20 years. So that's typically how we look at that. And we're including that $190,000 in our analysis.
Okay.
That's that would be a cash payment. It is a cash payment right up front. Does that help answer your question?
It helps in the sense, it sounds like when the policy was originally formed, you
Yes.
kind of backed in the variance that got you to making yourselves whole in a 20-year bond issue with the assumptions of full build-out.
Yes.
Customer fees.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
And does that get reviewed periodically to know if that's still, that analysis is still accurate?
We do review that periodically. With previous boards, since I've been general manager, we've had some of those conversations, so.
Okay, thank you.
So it makes sense.
Further questions on this item? I'm not seeing any, and if not, a motion from anyone. Commissioner Brewer, it's your district.
I move the board adopt resolution number WD 26-018, thereby creating contract district number 1 of Blue River number 26, authorizing funds to provide sewers in an amount not to exceed $1.9 million, and authorizing a contract district financing agreement with Wild Horse Investors, LLC.
Hanslick, second.
So moved by Brewer, seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. And just in case it wasn't caught, I did earlier close the public hearing, so we are good there. But let it be known that it is closed. Comments from Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Brewer asked the question that I was leading to. Just an observation, I would encourage the wastewater manager to include a brief synopsis in terms of what the payback period is. because there's been a lot of discussion about growth paying for itself. The Commissioner Brewer's question and your answer, I think, frame that, but for the record, I would encourage you to put that in the briefing sheet if possible. Thank you.
Very good. There's a motion pending from Commissioner Brewer. I don't see further questions or comments at this time, so I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that is 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now on to item number 8. This considers a contract extension with EMS Management and Consultants, Inc. for 1 year per RFP 2022-047. Paul Davis, the Director of the Department of Emergency Services, here to present the item. Sir, welcome back.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. You've got the packet, which includes the briefing sheet, of course. But really what I wanted to let you know is the information that is provided. I can't really expand on that much at this point, except to say this is an extension through 2027 of this agreement. It gives us time to facilitate the RFP process and the purchasing policy. In the meantime, it maintains a proven high-performing billing partnership that we've had established since 2020. It also maximizes revenue during critical transition period. Extending the agreement ensures continuity while MedAct evaluates the financial impact of the 2026 ambulance fee adjustment and the proposed 2027 fee changes, helping ensure the county captures the full benefit of its updated cost recovery strategy. It also supports responsible financial planning. This 1 year extension provides sufficient time to assess the collections performance, validate revenue projections, and make informed decisions. Also, it avoids unnecessary operational disruption. Renewing the current agreement prevents a rush request for proposals, and I can address that a little further if needed, but it also provides a continued value at a predictable cost. The existing billing fee is 3.9%. It remains unchanged through the extension with the associated costs already incorporated into the department's budget, providing financial stability without requiring additional county appropriations. Further, it extends the contract without changing its terms or performance expectations, and the amendment simply extends the agreement through December 31st, 2027, while we prepare to move forward with the RFP process and purchasing policy requirements. Stand for questions.
Thank you so much, sir. We're going to ask that you step aside. There was a registered public comment on this. So I'd ask the clerk to prepare us with the clock to receive that public comment, and we'll welcome Mr. Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westfield Hills. The board made a decision, an appropriate decision, to adjust ambulance fees by 36%, an increase of 36%. That doesn't mean that the billing cycle or the billing administrative fee service should also receive a 36% increase, because there is no significant change in the service being rendered. A 36% increase on this contract is $212,000 at taxpayer cost. So you should either renegotiate this contract and say, we will give you a reasonable increase of 4% on your billing fee, which would equate to a 3.016% of the increased ambulance fee charge, or we will go out into the competitive process, because otherwise we're costing taxpayers $212,000 as opposed to $24,000, which would be a reasonable 4% increase on the billing fee. If the contract did not anticipate that a material change in ambulance fee charges would not recognize that a fee does not include or does not warrant a similar sort of increase, then I would suggest the county has been negligent in negotiating its contract. I hope I have this right from the briefing sheet, but a no change of 3.9% in the fee results in a $212,000 cost to taxpayers, which is not warranted by the service provided. Thank you for receiving my comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hobart. Invite Mr. Davis back for questions and comments from the board. And Chief, there's been significant adjustment, and I know there's always continuous improvement and adjustment within the Department of Emergency Services is one of the things we're most proud of. So I appreciate that you and the men and women of EMS are constantly working to innovate, not only from an efficiency standpoint, but from an effectiveness standpoint. And one of the things that we've done this year is adjust fees. And I know that that has been a process, and so I appreciate you absorbing that process. What you're really asking us here to do is to extend an existing contractor. It's been in place since 2020 for one additional year while we absorb these changes, be able to evaluate these changes and how that impacts fees collected and your procedures, and then be ready for a more robust RFP with additional information with another year of data on these collection of fees so that when we go out for this RFP that can be most impactful for a multi-year deal instead of a rush process right now. Is that a fair enough summary?
That's correct.
All right, thanks. We'll go to Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your summary because this is a question that I was wrestling with. So are you saying we currently have no mechanism to negotiate with the current provider? We have to do the 3.9%. They automatically get that, and there's no way for us to negotiate that. I mean, it's a big boost for them for changing the calculation number for their service. So, well, are we stymied?
So we're not stymied. This really is the board's decision. And so 3.9% is the cost of the current agreement. And that's the request that I'm making here is that we extend this agreement for one more year. If the board would like to see that percentage changed, then we would have to immediately go out to RFP. It would halt some of our revenue collection operations until we got that done, or it might delay some of those. But it really is the board's decision to either extend the contract at the current rate or to direct us to do otherwise. I will tell you that our initial contract with this company, I believe, was close to 5%. When we first initiated the contract with them in the renewal period, the contract that was approved in late 2022, they dropped their percentage fee to 3.9%.
So why would it delay the collection of the revised billing rates?
That would result in a transition of billing services. Either we take it in-house, which we don't have the capacity to do that, or we would have to engage another billing company. And therein lies a transition period. The current company, EMSMC, would continue to bill on runs that that occurred up to the date of the end of the period, in this case, December 31st, 2026, wherein we would have to find another billing company to pick up from January 1st, 2027. There could be a gap in revenue collection.
We have a pop-up Norris here.
Just want to clarify, these are user fees. This is paid by users using our system, not taxpayers. So if you use our service, you pay for it, and part of it is the cost of this contract. So I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Davis. I appreciate all the work that you've done on this, all the work you're going to be continuing to do in the future, and I think it's prudent of us to extend this contract one more year in order to get that evaluation. Chairman, I agree with your comments that you made, and so I'm in favor of this item, and I have a motion when you're ready.
We'll come back to you for that. Thank you. Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Mr. Norris also for meeting with me previously on this issue. So I just want to clarify my understanding of a couple things. When the contract was initially negotiated, it was a one-year contract with the ability to extend it for 1 year, for 2 years. And we are within the scope of the current contract. This is the third year. So we did the 1 year, we extended 1 year, and now this is the third year that we're extending it as originally contemplated when the contract was made. Is that correct?
So December 31st, 2026 is the end of the approved contract.
Right.
This extra year is seeking that extra time to.
Is it the last of the 1 year extension?
Yes.
Yes, so it's the last of the 1 year extension. So we went into the contract with that platform. That was, I'm assuming that played into a little bit of the fees that you were going to, that were going to be paid. The 3.9% was within the scope of what was contemplated for the term of the contract.
Yes, and we built that into our budget.
Okay.
So it is planned for 2027, whether it's this company or another company.
Or another company. And I am going to assume that within that scope of the contract, there wasn't any language that if our fee structure went up or changed, or our volume went up or down, that the fee would change. It was a contract that allowed us for 1 year with 2 extensions. We're on the last extension, and this is the set fee that is being paid by the users of the service.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we wanted to, so you're doing what you need to do, so you have the time to then go out and do a RFP to determine if you keep this contractor or use somebody else going forward after this last extension that was already contemplated that we were going to do. That's why we made the contract like that. So now you have the time to do the RFP. And if you chose in that RFP to have some type of contract that would allow us to lower the percentage of fees or whatever based on volume, based on fee increases that we can charge, that's something we can contemplate in that next contract. But it's probably not practical to contemplate it in a contract you've already negotiated.
That's correct. We could build that into our negotiating structure.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? How about a motion? Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. I move to authorize a contract extension with EMS Management and Consultants Incorporated for 1 year with the revised expiration date of December 31st, 2027 per RFP 2022-047.
Hanslick, second.
Moved by Commissioner Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Commissioner Ashcraft for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do have reservations about this approach, but I will support it. I would just offer that these fees do cover our costs, and they do impact the users. So Commissioner Brewer's strategy, I concur with. 1 more year, I'm not comfortable, but given the circumstances we currently face, I will support it.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions or comments at this time, I'd ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, yes.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
Yes, it is.
Very good, thank you. And one more from Chief Davis, and then we'll take a break. A little carrot out there for you guys. But this is consideration of an agreement with Paraline Clinically Integrated Network, or CIN, to function as the management service organization on behalf of DES to engage healthcare plans and develop a mechanism for reimbursement for services provided by the CHIPS program. Chief?
Thank you. Commission, this request is asking you to authorize an agreement allowing Paraline CIN LLC to function as a management service organization for Johnson County's MedAct Community Health Integrated Paramedicine Services. We refer to them as CHIPS. The agreement creates a mechanism for MedAct to receive reimbursement from Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare Advantage, and other commercial health plans for community paramedicine services that are currently provided without reimbursement. The request is fundamentally not about expanding services or increasing cost. Rather, it is about creating a sustainable reimbursement model for services that MedAct is already providing successfully. Since the beginning of operations in May of 2024, CHIPS has served approximately 1,100 patients, completed approximately 2,700 follow-up visits, and encountering about 8 patients each day. Currently, all these services are supported through the county funding mechanism with MedAct budget because there is no reimbursement mechanism that exists to this point. This is necessary. Well, let me just say that the healthcare reimbursement system has evolved significantly. Traditional EMS reimbursement only pays when an ambulance transports a patient to a hospital. It generally does not reimburse preventative health care, post-discharge follow-up, chronic disease management, medication compliance visits, or in-home patient assessments. Ironically, these preventative interventions often save the healthcare system the most money by preventing unnecessary ambulance transports, emergency department visits, hospital admissions, and hospital readmissions. The CHIPS program performs exactly these types of services. The CHIPS program, or the Paraline, creates contractual infrastructure allowing MedAct to participate in value-based reimbursement rather than relying solely on transport revenue. The mechanism still that we operate under in the EMS 911 setting is you call, we haul, we bill. Other than that, there's nothing outside of that norm. This problem does solve one of the most significant issues is funding for these programs. And today, most community paramedicine programs nationwide rely on grants or tax dollars or one-time funding opportunities. Here in Johnson County, we're fortunate that the board and the community saw it fit to fund our CHIPS program with 2 providers. The Paraline presentation notes says that less than 10% overall healthcare spending are generally not sustainable for long-term operations. By contrast, approximately 70% of healthcare spending flows through Medicare and Medicaid and commercial insurance plans. These are the very payers that we seek to engage or have engaged. This agreement moves CHIPS toward the portion of healthcare financing where reimbursement already exists. I'll discuss why this matters in Johnson County. This agreement provides several strategic advantages. First, fiscal stewardship. Instead of relying exclusively on county general funds, MedAct can recover costs from healthcare payers that financially benefit when unnecessary emergency utilization is avoided, and this diversifies their revenue without increasing taxes. It also allows us to be sustainable. The community paramedicine programs nationwide frequently struggle because of the reimbursement mechanisms. They do not exist, as I previously stated. This agreement creates long-term sustainability rather than dependence on grants. It also helps us provide better patient care through the CHIPS program. We connect our patients with primary care providers, behavioral health services, social services, medication assistance, chronic disease management, enrollment in healthcare and other benefits programs. We do facilitate our clients' enrollment in Medicaid and Social Security programs if they're not already enrolled. Many patients receive help then before a medical crisis develops. It also preserves 911 resources. Reducing avoidable EMS calls means ambulances remain available for more true emergencies. The pair line overview identifies the preservation of the 911 system capacity as one of the principal benefits of mobile integrated healthcare programs. Additionally, it aligns us with national healthcare trends. Healthcare reimbursement continues moving towards value-based care, population health, quality outcomes, and cost reduction. Participation positions MedAct for reimbursement opportunities rather than remaining dependent upon traditional ambulance transport billing or solely county general funds. One of the strongest features of this agreement is its limited financial exposure. There is no appropriation requested. There is no startup investment on behalf of the county or the department. There's no upfront participation fee. There's no additional staffing requested and no taxpayer-funded expansion. The MSO is compensated only through a reimbursement generated under payer agreements and based on our current CHIPS activity, and I'll stress that this is a conservative estimate, that approximately $60,000 in reimbursement would come our way. This figure may increase as payer contracts mature and additional reimbursement agreements are established. The agreement specifically preserves MedAct's independent clinical judgment, a local medical direction with our medical director's office, operational independence, non-exclusive participation, and ability to contract outside of the clinical integrated network if desired. The agreement expressly states participation is voluntary and non-exclusive, and MedAct may continue existing operations and pursue other agreements or other arrangements independently. I've spoken a lot there, and I'll stand for questions. Please.
Well, Chief, thank you. This is one of the things I love about our high-performing organization. We innovated a program like CHIPS because it had a benefit in decreasing the impacts of rising call volume, keeping people more healthy and avoiding trips to the emergency room, and that through opportunity cost paid for itself. But now we are building to the next layer of this program and providing an opportunity for direct reimbursement or cost offset from existing Medicare, Medicaid, or insurance agreements. And that's kind of what we do here. We continuously improve, and the programs through fiscal stewardship and through innovation find ways to not only provide a better level of service to people in our community, but make fiscal sense. So congrats to you and the team that helped put this together. I'm in support. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes we have items that come across that are no-brainers, and this one is a no-brainer. I think it's a win-win for everybody involved, for residents, for Johnson County, for MedAct, and so I'm fully supportive of this item. And again, I have a motion when you're ready.
We'll do it, Commissioner Fast.
Yes, like my fire district, there's, they send out, there's just a lot of falls, and your people, MedAct gets sent out along with the fire, and it's basically helping someone. And then sometimes you have to transport them. How does this connect with, all those frequent individuals who need support with falls? Or, or a lot of times it's an inability to manage their diabetes. It's really like our community nursing program did that, but we don't have that anymore. And so is this kind of taking that place?
Well, this is a supplement. So when those patients are identified and referred to our CHIPS program, then we establish that connection. We don't necessarily know that they're having these experiences unless somebody like a paramedic on the ambulance or a firefighter reports that to us. But once we get that information, we can engage with them. We don't strong arm anybody. They can accept those opportunities. Sometimes people remain to be independent and don't accept our assistance. But once we get them enrolled in the system, then maybe we can identify that they need a wheelchair or a walker, or maybe it's just moving rugs out of the way so they don't trip and fall. We can do an assessment, and we've been successful in many of these cases. And if I have the translation correct, of our high utilizers, we have diverted approximately 4 patients per day from the 911 system.
Just quick other question. I don't understand why you can't bill, why you need this company and why you can't bill directly for these services. How is this company billing Medicaid for these services, but we can't?
We would need to establish contracts. We don't have the capacity, at least in our department, to establish contracts with all the payers. This essentially gives us a clearinghouse opportunity to take that on our behalf without cost.
I agree. I'm a clinical social worker, and establishing all the Medicaid contracts is huge. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions in terms of, you mentioned about 4 a day referrals to other resources from the CHIPS program. Do you know what, can you give us about a percentage of your calls that are not for transport?
Not
Don't
exactly.
mean to put you on the spot. If you can't, that's fine.
No, we assume when we're getting the 911 call that they are transports. We do a lot of refusals every day, and those are really kind of lumped in. We can do some research, and I can get back to you. I think it's going to be, at least at this point, a fairly low number, because we've only got 2 CHIPS medics, and the impact that they make is still relatively small compared to the overall volume.
Well, excuse me, and I appreciate that. And I know I had the opportunity to talk with some of your staff at a recent recognition breakfast, and they were all very enthusiastic about the CHIPS program, and they said they're already seeing the difference being made, and it's giving them a way to help people that they otherwise were not able to continue to help. So I think it's an incredible program, and I think engaging this company to help with billing makes a lot of sense. Will they be able to bill for referrals, or how does that work? Because if you're not actually providing the service, but you're referring them, what actually will MedAct be reimbursed for?
We'll reimburse for contact hours.
Okay.
So we'll be reimbursed cost recovery to a certain degree for our time with those clients based on an hour basis, or 30 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever it is, but it's based on the hour. So
Okay.
we'll be reimbursed for direct contact.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, was this program spurred by the Resource X review that was done last year, or is something that you and your staff came up with?
So in part, when we did Resource X, we knew that we need to find other ways for sustainability and cost recovery. We weren't aware of this organization during that time, but we knew that we needed to do something. Through our networking within the MARC region and across state lines, we discovered Paraline CIN. It's the only one that we've been able to find at this point that would do that work, but it is in response to our direction to reduce costs where we can and be more effective while still being efficient.
So not necessarily directly related to Resource X, but the process in general?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, Chief, I very much appreciate the continued effort to be what I would call an enterprise fund development for this operation. Not quite like the airport, but rather than relying solely on tax dollars, you're making it specific for the users and available funding sources. Along those lines, though, is this a program that the local fire departments could benefit from also? And do they use this?
They could if they chose. I believe Olathe has had discussions with the group. But the other fire departments right now don't provide a community paramedic program like we do. And so, but there is potential if they desired that.
Oh, okay. Just for clarification, does not Consolidated to provide those services?
Not the community health paramedic program
Okay.
like we do.
Thank you.
I think everybody's had an opportunity to speak. Let's get a motion on and then we'll continue conversation. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve the agreement with Paraline CIN LLC to function as an MSO on behalf of the Department of Emergency Services to engage healthcare plans and develop a mechanism for reimbursement for services provided by MedX, Community Health Integrated Paramedicine Services, otherwise known as CHIPS.
Brewer, second.
So moved by Commissioner Myers, seconded by Commissioner Brewer. Commissioner Hanslet, further discussion.
Thank you. In response to Commissioner Ashcraft's question, I was looking at the Mid-America Regional Council emergency rescue a notice as of July 2nd of 2025. And it says that this was a year ago, but it says there are presently 4 EMS agencies providing community paramedic operations, KCK Fire Department, Olathe Fire Department, Johnson County MedAct, and Lawrence Douglas County Fire and Medical. And at that time, there were 3 programs under development: Dickinson County EMS, Norwich EMS, and Ottawa County. But it looks like a lot of those ones in development are being funded by grants, and I think that's addressed in that presentation from Paraline, that grants are not a sustainable way of funding these kind of services. So I don't know if that has changed since a year ago, but my point in saying is that Johnson County MedAct is out in front ahead of most other places in doing this to not only recover the funding, but also provide much better care for people who need that ongoing type of service. So thank you.
Commissioner Fast?
Yeah, I'll just say that there's been a number of hearings, and I know you've testified on this in the legislature. The Community Foundation out of Hutchinson has funded this. So, there's legislative support, and I know the state's looked at it, but right now, as you said, there's no state mechanism yet, but highly regarded in the legislature what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments at this time? See none, would the clerk call the roll on Commissioner Myers' motion?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Aye, that's 7 votes in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
It is. Well, Chief, thank you very much for both items. We're going to take an approximately 10-minute break and come back at 11:26. Thank you all very much for your patience. We are in recess.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, if we could all return to our seats, we're going to restart the meeting. Thank you all very much for your patience.
And the people are thrilled.
This is what happens when we take a break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience with the brief break. We are on item number 10 on your agenda. This is the alternating routine for action-focused BOCC business meetings. I'd like to invite Adam Norris to provide some insight from the Sparks Innovation Study, and we will discuss this process and schedule. Mr. Norris, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is a follow-up from the pilot program that was initiated starting in January. So it concludes this month. And in that, the program was more of an administrative meeting, alternating with a general business meeting. And on the administrative meetings, be focused part of the day on study sessions and committee of the whole meetings. So this is the agenda for today. I just quickly talk about the Sparks program again, the findings of our pilot, and then ultimately a recommendation. So we're lucky and unique in our organization to have this Sparks program. This is a team of about 14 staff. That's our latest cohort. They represent and work across 12 different departments and DAOs. It promotes cross-divisional learning, cross-departmental collaboration, and provides leadership and opportunities to look into different departments.
I want to insert here, sorry, Adam didn't even know I was going to do this, but I just learned that the Sparks got an award at NACO, and we'll highlight it more in coming weeks to do it justice, but while they're here, there are award-winning Sparks group. So we'll share more on that later, but I just wanted to insert that.
All right, so this was the group of the folks that worked on this project. Lydia, Eric, Sherry, Carrie, and Megan, myself. So here's so when we did began this study in January, we took an average typical facilities item and ran that through our typical process. And what that showed was that during the schedule that we were under at that time, it took 40 hours of staff time per item, and that we cost that out to about $2,800. With the revised schedule that we've been under for the last few months, that time we've reduced staff time by 12 and a half hours, and that saves $900 per staff item. So if you bring that out to say 20 items, that's 250 hours a year. And just under $20,000 in savings. We did the same thing with staff in our office. We've seen in the course of a typical week a reduction of 45 hours of staff time working on the board agenda and related tasks associated with that. This results in a cost savings of just under $5,000 per week. So here you see where we spent 120 hours, thereabouts a week. Now we're spending about 75 hours per week on agenda-related items. This does, as note says below, that does exclude the deputy county clerk position because that role is primarily dedicated to this work. So this just shows, the meeting numbers and some of the data associated with that. I think if you look at the January 25 to May 2025, the agenda item number there, that includes agenda review. So that's why the number's so much lower. It's about half of what it was previously. So that does reduce things a fair amount. And I know one of the goals as part of this pilot program was an emphasis on more study sessions and cows and having more in-depth policy discussions. I think this shows there's an opportunity to do that more if this pilot program were to be made permanent. I think a cool thing when you go through a pilot program like this is that there's some happy surprises that come along the way. Sometimes they're negative, sometimes they're positive. This is one that we didn't fully anticipate occurring, but it did, and that's the savings we achieved through with our closed captioning services. So we did have a fee increase over the last year, and even despite that, we saved just about $7,000 a year. So that just during that time. So that's a unintended benefit that resulted from this. And I don't intend on going through all these. This was in the board packet that we posted 10 days ago. But I would highlight that I think staff overall has been satisfied with this work. I think I've received some feedback from commissioners about the process. I think overall positive. We appreciate as a staff and our appreciate the extra time that we're able to spend on other things that more core to our mission and service to the public. So we appreciate that. I think we've, as anything, you learn as you go through a process, and I think there is some planning and coordination that it's more intensive than it was previously that we need to, and that's not a bad thing, that we need to get stronger in that area. And this kind of tests our muscle there. But advanced planning and coordinating, that's going to be something, given the alternating schedule, we need to work on and get better at. But that was a challenge that we experienced along the way. And I think anytime you try something new in an organization this large, that happens. And we should be open about that and accepting and be willing to adapt and adjust as we need to. There was some concern about the reduced flexibility for time-sensitive items, and I think we have some mechanisms that we can have in place to do that. One is, if it's an urgent emergency item, we can certainly put it on an administrative meeting, and we've done that a few times during that pilot period. So we can continue to do that as long as we don't, take too much, advantage of that and overutilize that, because that takes away from what we're trying to do. And then opportunities. I think in the future, maybe we look at some different thresholds, like grant acceptance thresholds that may help streamline things and fast track some of our items. Again, this fast track mechanism, we need to create a way to make sure items that are urgent have a path and an avenue to do that. I think something that we've learned, and we certainly own and notice, is that these agenda items sometimes have changed after we posted the agenda. If we see an error or there's more information that comes to light, because we are posting this 10 days in advance, things do happen during those 10 days. We learn something and we need to adapt. And so we, have been updating those items periodically. We've come up with a system. On certain days we do that only, and then we send a notice out to show what we've updated, but we can improve on that certainly going forward. So ultimately, we would recommend approving resolution 09926. This would permanently adopt the alternating action and routine schedule.
Mr. Norris, thank you very much. We do have a requested public comment on the item, so I'd ask the clerk to prepare us to receive that public comment, and we'll welcome Mr. Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westwood Hills. I think the alternating schedule makes a lot of sense, and it looks to me like it's been employed well. But the elimination of agenda review is to me problematic, because I've seen on numerous occasions where commission members have said, hey, I appreciated that I could coordinate with Commissioner so-and-so to meet with the staff member to address some questions I had about this item. And so rather than having a discourse of the full board to clarify an issue with a staff member there on one occasion, You now have this haphazard situation of board members consulting with staff members outside of the process, and you don't have the feedback, the evolution, the refinement of the issue. So I think what should be considered is you have your alternating schedule, but you have a truncated agenda review on the administrative week. Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you very much. We'll invite Mr. Norris back. Mr. Norris, thank you. And I want to thank the Sparks team and really CMO's office for this pilot program. One of the things we're always trying to do is discover new opportunities to be efficient and, just as importantly, to be effective. I think this process has shown to be both. Not only efficient in terms of the hours and therefore the costs saved from those administrative tasks, but also effective in the way that we've had expanded programming around this year's budget. It's been the most comprehensive in the 4 years that I've been here, and I think if those who have been here longer will be reflective on this, I think they'd say that it has been the most dynamic that they've seen in their time as commissioners. I think now that we're getting towards the end of the budget process, there's great opportunity to utilize these times on administrative days for more in-depth policy conversations. We saw a little bit of a preview this morning per Commissioner Brewer's comment regarding policies on procurement. This one particularly involving a wastewater project, but there's other issues of procurement policy that we don't traditionally take the opportunity to have those study sessions, those committees of the whole, to talk about those policy initiatives that we can really get our teeth into that would help expand both efficiency and effectiveness for the way in which we operate, not only as policymakers, but then in directing how staff operates per policy. So I think it's been a good pilot and one I'd like to see continue. We'll go to questions and comments from the board, starting with Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say that I have appreciated the new schedule. Took me a little bit of time to get used to it, but I appreciate having more time ahead of time to study and look through the agenda and to have more time to read in depth and to ask questions of staff. I don't think that it's any different than it ever has been in terms of commissioners meeting to ask staff more specific questions. And I don't see that it has reduced the conversation around those items here at the dais. And in fact, I've appreciated some of the reporting that my fellow commissioners have provided in regard to their questions to staff about certain issues. So I support that we continue this, and I'd be glad to make a motion when the time comes.
We'll come back to you for it. We'll call on Commissioner Allen Brand at this point.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Norris, I want to thank you and your team for putting this together, and it has been, getting the information ahead of time has been so helpful. I do want to make a comment because somebody from the public had made the comment about the agenda review. It seems that no matter what we would have agenda reviews, and a couple commissioners would be meeting outside of those meetings, and we wouldn't hear back anyway. So I feel like this is a more effective for the staff. It gives us the time to review it without the staff having numerous meetings and everybody being able to participate in it. So I don't think that was substantial in doing that. The cost reduction, I think, shows everything. I do get frustrated sometimes, and I think it's more coming from the management office. I understand that management meeting notes change, agendas change. It just seems like that we could have more of a timeline on that. But I do understand there are some things that are very important that have to get done ahead of time. So that's my only frustration level. And probably I'm feeling more of it now by not being in the office. So hopefully I'm back this next week. but I'm in full support. I was going to suggest the motion as well, so I'd be more than happy to second it.
Thanks, Commissioner Allenbrand. We're excited to get you back as well. Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. And I really want to thank a lot of the thanks goes to Mr. Norse, because I know you kind of were the point person for this whole pilot, but also the Sparks team. It's very helpful to have a group of professionals from different departments come in and be able to do kind of a 360 review to make sure that we are thinking of all the relevant data, collecting all the relevant information, and really making an informed decision. I do want to reflect on a couple things, and I'll just start with what my concerns were at the beginning, and I'm very supportive of this, by the way. You know, I was a little concerned about agenda review was an opportunity for, you know, a first blush of look with public engagement and such, but in my going on 2 years here, and actually I'm going to go back 10 years, I have to say, because I interacted with the county in different roles for a decade now, even folks who are pretty steady attendees to our business meetings, for the most part, left during agenda review, so there really wasn't that aspect of it. What I do find now is I don't really feel like the additional meetings that were happening with staff on key issues and understanding of individual commissioners has really decreased. I appreciate there's a little bit more intentional touch-ins to make sure, but I feel like at the dais we have a more informed dialogue, because with agenda review, we were getting this first blush at the meeting and hadn't had a chance to really digest all the information and maybe formulate more researched or nuanced questions. Now I feel like I have that capacity to do that. So as Commissioner Hanslick shared, I feel like I am learning more from my colleagues because everybody has had opportunity to do their homework, be thoughtful about their questions, or reflect on the discussions and the research they've done. And I feel that, I just feel like we have a higher level and more informed dialogue when we are deliberating on information. And I really appreciate not only seeing how staff can focus more time on the work and the implementation as opposed to the meeting prep, but personally as a commissioner, I appreciate getting some of my time back so I can do more of the constituent responses to emails and calls and preparing for bigger policy issues. Because so much of what we did was a repeat, right? We would first spend 2 hours here and then the following week spend another 2 hours really rehashing what we had discussed the previous week. So I think it's been a benefit for all of us to be more efficient and effective with our time and get more done. So thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I want to thank my administrative assistant who keeps me on track, gets everything done in an efficient way. Michelle's been very helpful, along with other administrative assistants that also take on some of the duties and responsibilities of making sure that we're up to date as quickly as possible with any changes. So I appreciate that. With any change, there's always positives and negatives. In my mind, this system has had more positive than negatives, and so I'm in favor of us making this permanent, and I guess that's my comments at this time.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank staff, the Sparks innovation approach. You should continue doing that at all opportunities, at all levels. And this was a valiant effort. But I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we as individuals learn and understand differently. And I have always benefited, or had always benefited greatly from the agenda review process. The current process I'm still trying to manage, but the level of changes, even late, well within the 10-day time frame, has been challenging and problematic. Just this week, there were late changes, and I was asked, well, did I get those late changes? And my question was, well, how would I know? And tracking that is is problematic for me. The value of agenda review is it forces staff and all of us to be prepared a week in advance, and changes after that are usually, were usually minor honing issues. And that was much easier for me to stay abreast of that. And I still have that concern. I appreciate some of the tweaks that are being considered. They will help, but I still would like to see an agenda review process.
Commissioner Fast.
Yes, I had major concerns about letting go of agenda review when we went to this. I, as Commissioner Ashcraft, feel like that you don't know what you don't know. And during agenda review, to hear the questions of my colleagues, it helps me then do the research and ask the right questions. When I meet with staff, like on unincorporated, I don't know what questions to ask. That's not my district. And so I don't ask good questions. I don't get information. I'm not informed when I come to the meetings. And I also question the cost efficiency now, like, I have to have the county manager's office staff, the department director, a mid-level. It's 3 staff for a meeting, whereas when we had agenda review, you have 1 staff who's giving information for all 7. It's very expensive, to have 3 different staff who meet with me for that hour when they could be giving that same information during agenda review for 7 people. This last month, it took me 3 to 4 weeks to get information from 1 department director. And if you look at the agenda items, we've gone from 297 to 157. I mean, so I feel like, compared to when I look at my first 2 years, I felt, as a new person, I feel for the new people coming on next year that I really needed that agenda review. And now I'm on my 7th year. I have my master's in public administration, city council, work for U.S. congressman. I know more than the average person about government and still learn so much and need that time. But I feel like the decision-making now, like all those agenda items, who's making that decision? Our county manager is making them all now, and we're moving it to study sessions, but often then we give feedback, but then you never know what happens. It never goes to an agenda item. And then study sessions aren't online. I would like to see more of those study sessions be online to be more transparency so the public leaves us out. So those are just my concerns. I know the rest of you love this. Is there a way to have consensus, maybe in our next board retreat, to maybe have a hybrid? I don't mind the every other. I don't mind, but I really miss out, and it's different for me because I work and trying to get. I'll go to Michelle and she'll go, well, that department director doesn't have any space for 2 weeks, and then try to get the manager's office and the mid-level and me. It's really impossible a lot of weeks, and then I'm calling at the last minute trying to get a hold of people. So, it'd be a different story if I was retired, which I would love to be retired and be here every day and could catch people. So it's just, I really miss agenda review. And so I guess I asked my colleagues if I'm back in January, if we could have a discussion on this during board retreat.
I have a staff hand up. I'm not sure who that is. Is that you, Ms. Postoke Ferguson? Okay.
If I could just address a couple of things I heard. One was Commissioner Allen Brand, and she mentioned the timing of reports. I did want to clarify, I think Adam said this before. I'm not sure if this was her question or maybe comment, but on the staff reports, since they're not action-oriented, it's more updates. We, by design, post those Tuesday before the Thursday, so they don't go out the 10 days early because the information would be outdated if we did it 10 days ahead of time. So it's intentional there because it's updates, it's status. So just clarifying that. We usually take that opportunity if there are changes to also upload the changes. And Adam has put something in place since we've started, as we've gotten comments about with doing 10 days, there's sometimes refinements that we want to share based on questions that we've gotten from you or public. And so I think the way that we've addressed that, and hopefully you guys will appreciate this. Not sure how long this part's been in place, Adam, is we will send an email in addition to the change and say, here's what the changes are. So you know if it's substantive or if it's just wording updates. So I think hopefully we've built and improved on those comments. I do make recommendations to the chair, and we discuss on what goes on cows or agenda items, and you guys have opportunities and ways to make those requests to the chair as well. So I think there's opportunities to do that, and just clarifying that as well. And if you have any issues with getting a hold of staff, please come to me directly, and I'll help. Me and my team can address that if there's concerns there too. And I know we've talked about one recently, Commissioner Fast. Thank you.
At this time, everybody's had an opportunity to comment. We'll go back to Commissioner Hanslick for the motion and continued discussion.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution number 099-26, making permanent the alternating routine and action-focused board business meeting schedule and adopting the official meeting calendar for the remainder of 2026.
Brewers.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Hanslick, seconded by Commissioner Allen Brand. For the discussion, we'll start with Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Commissioner Fast, if I too am here after the election, I would be glad to support that discussion at whatever retreat option is available. I do have reservations, as I have stated, and my vote will reflect those concerns.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to mention is that what I have found is with more time for the study sessions and being able to hear directly from the department directors about what's happening overall in their departments has given me a much better background for when those action items do come forward. I think that continuing those study sessions and focusing on individual departments will be extraordinarily beneficial for new commissioners who are coming on board next year. But for me, it helps me better understand the individual action items because I have a broader context in which to consider them. So I would. That's one of the things I've really appreciated about this approach is having more time to delve into individual departments.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Thank you, Chair. And Commissioner Hanslick, I would like to echo that because that's the same thing the same way I feel. I do want to say, Mr. Norris, if you could get with the IT people, the study sessions that are in the lower level, because I haven't been able to come in due to surgery, you can't hear. It's just really hard to follow those study sessions when they're down in the lower level. So just a thought. Thank you.
Commissioner Fast.
Yeah, County Manager, I would like to know, 25, we had 297 agenda items. This year, 157. I would like to know, what agenda items now are we not getting that we did? So what decisions are not coming before me that I had previously? And I looked up in my first 2 years, we had even more agenda items. So more and more is not coming to me. And that's why I was elected to make these decisions. So obviously you're making more decisions, and maybe they aren't, maybe they're all appointments. I don't know, but can you give me, do an analysis and let me know what categories they are?
Yeah, and I think the team has done some, so I'll look to Adam to see if he has some high-level information.
Yeah, and my apologies. During the presentation, I thought I noted this, but where that, on slide 7, I'm gonna pull it back up. Maybe not. Okay, on slide 7 in your packet, the 297, like I said, that includes agenda review items, so that's why it's about in half. So we
it's double
counted 297 includes agenda items plus agenda review items as one number. So that's why it's about double what it normally is. So candidly, nothing has changed. as far as what comes to the board or not right now. The purchasing policy hasn't changed, so this just reflects the agenda review.
So that means that it's coming twice, and so it's counted, double counted, because that he's highlighting the amount of time one agenda item takes if you bring it twice.
Yes, thank you for saying it much better than I did.
All right. I'm not seeing other requests for comment at this time. There's a motion pending from Commissioner Hansick, and would ask the clerk to call the roll on that motion.
Commissioner Fest.
No.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
No.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 5 in favor and 2 against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Norris. We're on to item number 11 on today's agenda, and this is resolution number 094-26. This is a gap financing loan to Friends of JCDS, Inc. for the Floyd Street Apartment Project. We will invite Chad Van Onen, the Director of Johnson County Developmental Supports, to provide a presentation, and then we'll have an opportunity for questions and discussion. Mr. Van Onen, welcome back.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chair Kelly and Commissioners. Again, Chad Van Onen, Executive Director with Johnson County Developmental Supports. I want to mention just briefly, we're joined today by members of the JCDS Board, including our Chair, John Bartolak, members of the Friends of JCDS Board, partners, construction and other partners on the project for Friends of JCDS, and some important stakeholders, including the Mental Health Center, but probably our most important stakeholders here in the front, Ron and James, who are scheduled to be 2 of the first tenants in this project if it were to move forward. Janelle Bowers is the CEO of Friends of JCDS, and Janelle's also here today, and she can address questions about the project, its financing, the outside funding sources. I know there have been questions about the Maybe Foundation grant, so Janelle will be the expert and can help you on those. Briefly, in terms of the presentation, I'll provide a little bit of the background, and then we'll walk through the project and just describe how we got to where we are. Also would want to note that just thanks to all of the different partners within JCDS, county government, and Friends of JCDS to help us get to where we are today. So this item before you is an important step towards completing a very unique housing opportunity that aligns with both the county and JCDS priorities. This proposal is for gap financing that would convert a mortgage and convert to a mortgage and provide financial assurance needed to complete this project. The consideration of this item is due primarily to a combination of increased construction costs from an initial projection of $6.5 million to $9.7 million, along with grant timing. And the timing matters on this because of a couple of things. The project relies on deadline-sensitive state and local fiscal recovery funding and also needs financing assurance to remain on schedule. Another significant timing consideration is how grant reimbursements work within this project. Cash flow during construction could become a challenge without a gap financing mechanism such as what's being proposed. Also want to note the total project cost has continued to decrease from that $9.7 million mentioned earlier, and that's been done through ongoing value engineering, which would continue throughout the project prior to construction. Over the past 3 months, this has been reviewed through legal, policy, financial, and governance lenses. So I'll give you a little bit of an overview of the project itself. So in terms of the project, the Floyd Street Apartments would create 17 apartments for up to 19 residents. It's located in downtown Overland Park, and it's designed as a cross-system model for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, people with behavioral health needs, and other eligible residents connected through county-supported systems. One important note, it's not limited to people JCDS currently supports. This is intended to be a long-term community asset. I'll come back to the affordability requirements in a moment as we continue through this. Another important component of this is more than just the apartments. The project was designed to create more than housing. It includes community space, the emerging artist, gallery and design studio, which you can see in that photo up at the top, friends offices, garden and outdoor areas, and shared tenant space. And so those elements help support independence, community engagement, and partnerships such as the work planned with K-State Research and Extension. So why this project? So as you're aware, the project advances both county and JCDS priorities by expanding housing opportunities for residents with support needs across the board, as I mentioned, both intellectual and developmental disabilities and mental health supports. It also responds to IDD housing needs that we continued to see through a recent survey this spring of people who are eligible for home and community-based services in Johnson County. And it also adds another option within the housing continuum for people. In terms of the affordability, at least 90% of the units will be reserved for households at or below 50% of area median income, and that with rent and applicable utility costs controlled through an affordability agreement. I'll say this item would not be before you today if it were a traditional Friends project intended only for those supported by JCDS. The reason we felt we should bring this to both the JCDS board and you is because it represents a collaborative cross-system approach and has a long-term benefit, which makes it worth consideration, in our opinion. So in terms of financial considerations, this was more from the JCDS governing board position. The JCDS governing board's most significant discussion centered on the proposed use of JCDS reserves. It considered the one-time use and thresholds in both the JCDS and county reserve policy, the operational impact on JCDS, future flexibility, foregone investment earnings, and the effect of what the reserves are currently planned for a future Elmore Center remodel, which as of right now is in a study phase with projected remodel to start at the earliest in 2028. The JCDS governing board determined that the proposal warranted your consideration and voted unanimously to forward this recommendation. So I want to make sure to show in on a visual of what the reserve actually looks like for JCDS. So right now, the end of 2026, the projected JCDS reserves is $8.7 million. And so what that represents is 22.8% of operating expenses. The current thresholds in the policy are 8 to 12%. If the full $2.5 million was advanced, reserves would remain at approximately $6.2 million or 16.2%, again, $1.6 million above the county's 12% policy threshold. The governing board concluded that the reserve policy would continue to be met, operational capacity would be maintained, and the proposal appropriately balanced financial stewardship and long-term public purpose. In terms of evaluation of the financing options, this is an example of what was considered. So one was we could really do nothing, stand pat, you earn interest on the reserves, and then earmark those funds as intended right now or planned for the Elmore Center remodel. Another option would be you could pursue a grant or forgive a loan in some manner. What that would do is support the project, but there is no ongoing return to JCDS or the county. A market rate financing option was considered and looked at, but quite frankly, for Friends of JCDS, that was not doable, and that essentially would end this project, and we would need to move to something else. And so that's where this landed on a more of a unique arrangement of a gap financing structure that met the operational, really met what we were looking for in terms of repayment being provided, terms that the project can support, and ultimately backed by formal loan documents, a construction mortgage, recorded affordability and use restrictions, and remedies in the event of default. So long story short, this is a way that funds could be recovered over time. Now, in terms of what that structure actually looks like, why the need for gap financing and what the loan structure is. The gap financing is needed, again, because philanthropy, fundraising, grants, and other sources don't become available on the same timeline as the construction costs. So the line would only be drawn down as needed, again, up to $2.5 million. This isn't a $2.5 million grant that goes out in one amount. And Friends ultimately remains responsible for repaying the amount that's ultimately advanced. The loan carries 0% interest with no payments due during construction or for 3 months after occupancy. Repayment may extend for up to 20 years through an initial 8-year term and 12 annual extensions. The detailed payment schedule is established in the loan documents. The recorded land use restrictive covenants agreement follows that same structure. At least 90% of the apartments must remain reserved for households at or below 50% of area median income during the compliance period. The initial compliance period, again, is 8 years and may be extended annually for up to 12 years for a potential of 20 years. So that gets to the recommendation. And so at our June JCDS Governing Board meeting, as mentioned previously, the Governing Board unanimously recommended that the proposed use of reserves come before you for consideration and approval. But I would also like, if I may, close with one observation. Ron, who I mentioned previously, this spring, Ron was at an event and walked up to me and told me how excited he is to move into this apartment. And I think he talked to some of you last year at our joint board meeting. But that was not simply just to have housing, but it's to be able to live independently, live in downtown Overland Park, and truly be part of the community. I think it's also important to say, I get that we don't make policy because of one person, obviously. But what this does is really reflect the JCDS mission statement about advocating alongside people to live and work in our community. And so I think that's what we're doing here today. In terms of the recommendation, it's very, very much grounded in legal and policy review, the financial analysis, governance, reserve analysis, and also with the idea in mind that continued fundraising is going to continue. But again, this all, talking with Ron and James prior to the meeting, it just reminds me of why we do the work we do, and so that's why we're here today. So this is why the governing board asked difficult questions of us. That's why they weighed the trade-offs and considered all the risks, and ultimately forwarded the recommendation to you. So Janelle and I are here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Well, Ms. Van Onen, thank you very much. Ms. Bowers, did you want to say anything? I'm sure there's going to be questions, but.
I don't think you want to open the door to me saying a lot, so I talk too much as it is, so I will answer questions.
All right, thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Allenbrand then.
Hold on. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say that I'm 100% support of this, and I feel like it meets all of our criteria of affordable housing, just the makeup of the community itself. And I'm only going to name a few things that, providing employment. The gardens were designed to the fact that everything back in that garden, you could actually eat anything back there. So I see that being an opportunity to have people sell those goods at the Overland Park Market or wherever they want to go with them. I also want to say that to Mr. Van Auken and Janelle, I cannot begin to thank you. I went to the chairman after the board meeting and asked him if I could be involved in this. So I really want to thank him for his support. But I also know Commissioner Hanslick and Commissioner Brewer have also continued to work with them as well. And there's some things I'm going to suggest that we have talked about that we will recruiting both of you, if not more of the commission, and helping on some fundraisers. But I just want to say I spent over 8 hours driving to Oklahoma to get the grant. And I was with one of the board members from Friends. You will never see a more committed employee in Janelle and also in Mr. Van Auken. I feel 100% that I know they're going to do the right thing, and I think they are proven. I also, Julie, that was in the car, you will never see a board with so many people. I think we do probably have a lot, but a board that is so committed to this and that they're willing to do whatever they need to do. I want to let you know that in the last 30 days, there's been $1,247,500 raised in the last 30 days. And I keep saying we because I feel like I'm involved and that we'll continue to do that. She has applied for over 445 different grants in the last 24 hours. The work continues to go on. One of the things that we have talked about that we want to continue to do is private donors, which we've increased that, but we want to get commitments for them to donate a commitment for like 3 years, that we know that we have that money coming in. We've also come up with, and this is just not me, this is Janelle and their committee, helping with the fundraiser, kind of changing the look of that to raise more funds, but also to get more outside donors involved. I also want to say that I look at this as almost kind of a line of credit. I was first disappointed when this was pulled off. I think this is a good compromise. I really appreciate JCDS and the Friends of JCDS working with the commission, that we're joint on this venture. And so the other thing I want to say, I have had past experiences with Strawn Construction Company. They do a great job. I know that they are also working at helping us, and some volunteers that have worked with J.E. Dunn Construction and some other construction companies, but they're working together to make sure that our fees are reduced. So I really appreciate that. So, Chair, with that, I do have a motion when you're ready.
We'll come back to you for that, Commissioner Allen Brand. A few questions to start, and first of all, thanking everybody for their efforts on this endeavor. I think we all believe in, I know we've shown with our first tranche of support to this project, that we all believe in the mission of Friends of JCDS and the opportunities that would be afforded by this project. So a couple of questions, and whether this is a Mr. Van Onen or Ms. Bowers question. The scope of the project hasn't necessarily changed, but the challenges that this project has faced have exacerbated, whether that be inflationary pressures, construction pressures. Can you help us understand, I know with the initial letter that the support ask was 3.5 and now it's down to 2.5. Can you talk to us about those challenges and then what the current budget looks like?
Sure. So the economy in general has struggled the last few years. And so we've seen an extreme increase in construction costs, from plywood to drywall to even getting things transported here, correct? There's some unique construction cost with that particular site, right? We are a infill property, which always is going to cost more because you're working in a very small space, right? To build a very tall building, or three stories is tall to me, probably not the tallest down there. But you have all of those different construction costs that will vary based on getting things there. Where do people park? How do we get construction equipment on site? How do we not make the rest of, quite frankly, downtown Overland Park crazy while we do this? And then you pair that with maybe some unpopular political topics like tariffs, an increase in oil prices, which means increases in transportation. So we've had all of those things impact a budget that probably we wouldn't have imagined 3 years ago. So how have we got the price down? So we have spent 8 weeks, maybe, I'd have to go back, working with Straub and 621 Architects and our owner advocate to look at things within that build that we could either change the product that was used or change the design that doesn't impact structure, that doesn't impact usability, but reduces the cost. Sometimes it's as simple as mineral wool insulation is $50,000 more expensive than fiberglass. So guess which we're using? Fiberglass. Sometimes it looks at going to one of our partners, Jayhawk Fire, who is a union shop, and saying, do you have target market funds available? And the response is, well, yes, we do. And target market funds, which, by the way, I had never heard of this, allows unions to donate money back to a project. So it's been a combination of sometimes a $5,000 deduction and sometimes a $150,000 deduction just by changing subs. And I will tell you, they have had to meet with us almost weekly. And you go over this whole list, and all of their subs have gotten together and say, well, if you do this, you can save some money. And some of it is, you know what, we have volunteers who can plant rhubarb and blueberry bushes and all of that, and I don't need to pay somebody to do that for me.
Thank you. One of the things that's recognized within the briefing sheet and the subsequent documents is that the county funds are a source of last resort within the capital stack. Can you talk to me about your continued fundraising efforts and the work that Friends of JCDS will do to continue supporting this project? Understanding that JCDS, Friends has done and will continue to do a lot of great other work, but how are we going to particularly target continued fundraising efforts for this project?
So I do have to make a correction. I have not applied for 440, whatever that was, not this week. Potentially in the last year. That's part of my job, is to look for funding. I have a master's degree in philanthropy and development. I've been doing this for 20 years. So I constantly look at how other organizations are funded. I look at Nonprofit Connect, which provides a schedule of when things are open. I look at, and I don't stick with just Johnson County applications, by the way. I look at where places get funding, whether they're here or whether they're in Washington, D.C. We also make a concerted effort to go and talk to people. The Maybe Foundation didn't require us to go meet with them, but it was an option. So we left at 4 o'clock in the morning and drove down to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and met with them for 45 minutes and then drove back. But that is what made the difference to them between us just being an affordable housing project, which they do not fund, and understanding that we're something very different, which equated in $1.112 million in a challenge grant, which turns into a match at 56%. So now we get to utilize this Maybe Challenge grant to encourage people that, quite frankly, may have never thought of us before. Because if you know that you give me $10 and it's matched with 56%, that sounds pretty good, right? And it also is a continuation of donors that have been there the whole time. Sunderland Foundation's contribution of $2 million to this project. But all of those sometimes come with delays, and how this becomes a last use of money is treating it like a line of credit. We know Maybe comes in at the end. Well, the end is 12 months away, right? Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka, they announced in December whether we get an $850,000 grant, which that did get finished this last week. Fine, they announced it in December. I probably won't see a contract on that grant until maybe March, maybe February if we're lucky. Then I have to apply for reimbursement. And I will give you hats off to Becky, because good heavens, you guys reimburse at lightning speed.
She's good.
FHLB, I would not use that descriptor. We've seen 2 months, we've seen 6 months. We're small. I know we do big things, but we have 3 staff members, right? We keep our budget very, very tight. Sitting on $850,000 on reimbursement costs for 6 months, it's not feasible. So we will spend all of the rest of the state local fiscal recovery funds. We will spend the Sunderland money. We will spend the $10,000 check from the Johnson County Bar Foundation. All of that will get spent first. And then we will look at, okay, we need to pull down an LLC. Now we have the FHLB money. Now we put the $850,000 back, just like you treat an LLC anywhere else. So that's how it becomes last money in. Now, as far as fundraising efforts, I have one due tomorrow. I'll be leaving here in writing for the next 6 hours. And I don't stop. I keep looking, I keep applying. I'll apply more than once. A lot of our funders didn't say yes the first time or the second. By the third time, they probably got sick of me.
Well, thank you very much. And your efforts precede you in that. And I appreciate you telling us a little bit about those continued fundraising efforts. If you all indulge me one more question, then I'll pass. Thank you very much. This is for Chad, talking specifically about the other uses of these reserves. Understanding, if you could talk with me a little bit about your philosophy when it comes to reserves in advance of capital projects.
Absolutely.
Specifically around the Elmore Center, which is an important facility.
Correct.
Understanding that will have an impact on that particular project. Maybe you could talk to me about just your thought process around utilizing cash reserves for CIP and how this impacts it, and maybe the discussion of this reserve policy moving forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think for many of you who have been around, you know that JCDS doesn't do a lot of capital projects. We really have the one building that we operate our day services out of, and that's the Elmore Center. But outside of that, historically, we've brought you some kind of odd ideas and concepts for reserve use because we've had this reserve balance at the point that it is now for many years, and primarily driven by COVID relief funds that were there to offset staffing. So when we do see something that fits with our mission that is one-time in nature, about a year ago, we brought a proposal to you to use reserves for our assistive technology lab, for example, and that was $750,000. Because we hadn't received the state grant for that program. And I think 2 days after you approved the use of reserves, the state came back and said, well, we have the funds now. So that left us in the same spot in terms of reserves, which is a good thing. But in terms of the Elmore Center itself, so right now, as I mentioned, the study phase, what has been considered is a phased approach to the remodel of the Elmore Center, as I mentioned previously, wouldn't start until sometime in 2028 at the earliest. So as we've had these conversations, I think part of what our discussion is for the Elmore Center, when I started 13 years ago, that building was used in a much different way than it is now. It was jam-packed with people working on medical kits and other types of work during the day. Just in terms of how the system philosophy has changed to being more integrated into the community, you don't see nearly as many people in the building. So I think when we look at a staged approach to the remodel, first, it's going to be about safety and security of the building. There have been some things we've talked about with the entrance, and if you've been there, there are two entrances, and that leaves the front person at the front desk kind of on a swivel at times. And so those are the types of things that would be prioritized. After that, we would start to look at what else do we really need to do? What do we want to do that fits where we think we're going to be programmatically in the next 10 or 15 years? So I think having that phased philosophy is helpful in the sense that it gives us a little bit more flexibility over time to see how to best utilize the funds. But again, my sense is the security pieces would be the priority moving into that phase. And then after that, just where do we want to go programmatically?
Thank you. Commissioner Brewer?
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the robust amount of information that we have had. And as Commissioner Allenbrand had already shared, a number of us commissioners have been supportive in working on how can we get to where we're going. I just want to underscore a couple of things. Friends of JCDS is a 501c3 nonprofit, independent of the county. Your mission is focusing on housing needs for the developmental support population in Johnson County. Am I correct?
Yeah, our history has always been tied to JCDS.
Yep.
So you're kind of cousins, right? We don't share a pocketbook.
Right. I just want folks to clearly understand, because sometimes there can be a little confusion since JCDS is in a part of your name and we have a department. And so I just wanted to be clear of that. And, you know, as far as the curing of the state local fiscal recovery funds, I appreciate, because those funds were originally, when received, were permissible for a number of different activities. Frankly, housing was one of those activities. So I'm pleased to see that we're still focusing on utilizing funds that are available through that stream in the manner to which was originally permissible. And looking at the resolution and the documents provided, I know I was not on the commission when I believe it was Hedge Lane Development in Shawnee had gotten some of those funds to use in a zero interest loan as gap financing to get to the housing solutions that we have today on that project. So we're really using a tested model that we've used before. I think in your financing, and you know, I'm going to step back and say, there's a number of us on the dais who have spent a good chunk of our world in the nonprofit sector. And for myself, I used to lead fundraising for my United Way where I came from. So I very much appreciate the work that you're doing. But I appreciate you're really going to look at this as pulling down these funds as you need them. Some of them are gap financing as other funds take longer to come in. Some of them may flip into a mortgage similar to or flip into a product similar to what we did with the hedge lane. So, and in full disclosure, you know, I'm not only professionally supportive of what I can do as a commissioner, as far as helping with the fundraising, you know, I'm a member of this community. Personally, housing is always has been a priority as well as other charitable, you know, endeavors. It takes all of us to make community programming work. So I've supported you in the past. I support you currently. That's a personal decision in my, just as we do in our own personal charitable giving to our faith communities or community organizations. So I just want to make that clear that you're part of my giving portfolio. So, but certainly appreciate the work that's being done, and I'm glad we can find a pathway to make a fiscally responsive decision on a project that results in housing not only for key populations, but for really our priority around looking at housing solutions for folks who are at low or very low income.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. A question and a comment. I'm very proud of Johnson County for looking at this innovative way to provide housing for vulnerable people in our community. We've done it before and we can do it again. A question I have, though, is I think it's important that we assure taxpayers that this is being done in a way that does protect their money. And I've had the opportunity to talk with Chief Counsel, and she may want to speak to this, but that she and our legal team are satisfied that the multitude of paperwork and agreements do provide a way of allowing this to happen, meeting all the legal requirements, but also provide a way for to protect the money so that we know it'll be used appropriately and that there is a way for it to be paid back to JCDS. And I didn't know if legal counsel wanted to add anything to that. I know you did a lot of work to make sure that all of this crossed the Ts and dotted the Is.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you. That is correct, Commissioner Hanslick. Myself and my legal team, Natalie Izza, who's in the office, in the audience today, worked with Friends with JCDS as well as JCDS and county staff to ensure that the way we move forward with this transaction aligns with the public purpose doctrine and making sure those funds are for the welfare and for the specific project as it's outlined. There are many implements that were in the legal documents and loan documents to ensure protection of the county and the public funds, including covenants that run with the land, mortgage, making sure that there are stopgaps and review of smaller time period of 8 years, and then annual review with discussion and reporting by Friends of JCDS to the county, so that there is an assurance of that the funds are being used as they are intended. So I appreciate the patience of Friends of JCDS as well as JCDS as we work through those documents. I know Commissioner Allenbrand alluded to that it was on a meeting that was pulled. That was legal in an attempt to ensure that we are protected and that your doctrine is preserved as it is intended for the state of Kansas. So,
well, thank you. I appreciate that because I do think it's important that the public know that all of that due diligence has been done and all of those legal protections are in place to ensure that that this is successful. And as I said, we've done it before with Hedge Lane, and I feel very confident in it. The comment I wanted to make was that nonprofits are not the same as businesses in that it's very hard to just go to a bank and get a loan. So I'm very proud, again, of the county and JCDS and Friends for being innovative in a way to make sure that the capital is there to get this project off the ground and to be successful. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Yeah, and to that point, if I could just build, and we say it a lot of thank yous, but particularly on this item, I did want to thank our chief counsel as well as Ms. Yoza. A lot of times the attorneys do a lot of work and just are kind of an afterthought in the thank yous, but the amount of time and risk mitigation and money that's saved for the county, it shouldn't go unnoticed. So particularly on this one and on all items, I want to make sure that we're recognizing the value that the legal team brings to the board. And so I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Von Ahnen, a few pragmatic questions. And if you wish to punt to Ms. Bowers, please feel free. The current agreement calls for a loan of 8 years with potentially up to another 12 year, or an additional 12 years, so 20 years total. And those actions will be handled administratively rather than coming to the Board of County Commissioners. What was the thought process on that?
Really, it was trying to mirror what a construction loan that converts to mortgage looks like, was really the intent of how this was structured. And also, I think, very much based on the hedge lane documents that were provided previously as a template for this.
It's a question of handling it administratively rather than coming back to the board?
Right. I don't think there was ever really a consideration based on that history, and I'll defer to Peg. It looks like she may have a comment on that as well.
Chair and Commissioner Ashcraft, in this particular transaction, we felt it was appropriate 8 years. We knew that was a tipping point in the annual. It's more administrative to make sure that the organization is continuing to operate as outlined as affordability and accessibility in the covenants, and to ensure there's compliance, which there would be. And so this was more a procedural formality between the county manager and delegating that authority between that and Chad through the JCDS to ensure that those are in compliance. And at any point that there was a problem, it gave an off-ramp in order to have those discussions to ensure compliance.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Von Ahnen, a simple review of the project, the costs are about $9 million, $8.9 million. And we will be serving about 19 individuals a year, assuming full capacity, and I think that's probably pretty safe. So if the simple math on that is about $470,000 a unit. Can you give some further explanation in terms of what that entails? Because that's a pretty nice home.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, because I don't think you can take the per unit cost and use that as the marker in with all due respect of what the overall project is, and that gets back to some of the other amenities that go with the project in terms of the community space, the opportunities for the garden area, the emerging artist studio. There are other components to this, and if you look at other comparable projects, they're not too dissimilar in price. Now, again, for a nonprofit doing something like this on a smaller scale, we're not a large developer developing market rate apartments, so that's going to look completely different. The other important piece of this, as you mentioned, yes, that could purchase a home. However, in terms of what we're trying to provide here in terms of independent living opportunities, it's a much different type of housing model than what a home, like a traditional group home would provide. And so that's probably the distinction I would draw with this.
Okay. Thank you. Can, again, Mr. Von Onen or Ms. Bowers, can you give us some sense of, as the maybe grant is recognized and companion monies are available and you're able to draw down those funds, what impact would that have on the potential, is it 2.5 million or 2.9 million? 2.5 million.
So maybe is a all or nothing, so there's no drawdown.
Okay.
So, and maybe it's difficult to explain, so bear with me, I will try to be
No,
brief
please
on
do.
this. So in order to apply for maybe, you have a budget, and then they take things out of that budget that are non-compliant to them, not to the rest of the world. And they take things out of, both in terms of money that has come in or things that you've expended it on. So then we'll have what we call as the maybe budget. I have to go to them with 40% already raised, and it cannot come from one single source. So we have to show that we have community support. We did that. Then they say, we are going to give you a challenge grant of 20%. But before you get that 20%, you have to raise the remaining 40%. So we have a challenge to raise another 1,980,1.98 to get the 1.112. That can't be government funds. So I have an extreme motivator to not use your money, to be honest with you, or use this, right? But I can't draw any maybe down until I've raised that other amount. Now here's where it gets interesting. I can include pledges up to 5 years. I have the pledge, I do not have to wait 5 years. The likelihood of drawing any of that maybe down is gonna be July of 2027. So if we've had to use part of the 2.5 and likelihood if I'm waiting on 1.112, maybe money, I will have used that, we get the maybe money, we give it back. Is that clear as mud?
Yes, I appreciate the attempts. So, Mr. Von Onen or Ms. Bowers, part of the current conversation is being driven by the time frame that has been imposed upon the use of COVID-era funds, particularly ARPA funds. Was there any consideration in using the interest on the ARPA funds, which do not have the same time restrictions as the ARPA funds themselves?
I mean, honestly, no, and not until earlier this week was I aware that that could even be an option. Now, the one thing the other component to this that I think is important, we're already past some of the bid deadlines with our partners, and very much appreciate their willingness to extend some of these. If we do anything that pushes the project out at this point, and I'll defer to Janelle, but we're going to need to rebid. And so that's going to have an effect on construction costs as well. So could that be an option? Absolutely. What will it do to the overall cost? I'm uncertain. And is that accurate? Okay.
Lost Blake.
Last question then. A 0% loan, was there ever any consideration of having some kind of nominal interest payment to help offset the cost to the taxpayer funded option?
Yes, there was. And so especially early on, so if we go back in May, the JCDS board approved us to explore, could we even do something like this with county staff and what type of options we have. From that point forward, Friends also was looking at what their operational budget could absorb. And quite frankly, when you get to the point when you start adding in interest, again, it just wasn't feasible from the Friends operational perspective. I think it's important to keep in mind Friends' history on how projects have been done in the past. Typically, when Friends does residential housing projects, it's done with the idea of trying to not carry any debt with that project and make sure that those projects are cash flow at least neutral. This represents a completely different model, a completely different approach, a completely different population, and really an advancement in Friends' mission statement to provide affordable housing. So that comfortability of what debt load the organization was willing to take on was a primary driver of where we landed. And I'll also say, this was never proposed or requested to be a grant. And so that also is one of those things where we found this to be somewhat of a middle lane between a grant option and more of a market-based interest mortgage.
Thank you.
That was the driver for that.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't go into this without reservation, but I really want to see this project succeed. Everybody can see that it's a uniqueness that I think is special, that I think is important. It advances the BOCC's focused area. If we can put that slide back up, I think we can review what those focused areas are. But it increases attainable housing, adds variety to available housing options, and develops new partnerships to support housing efforts. And I think that one's real important. It gives the county a new option for affordable housing. Some of my concern was the amount of time that we're looking at, 20 years, in order to get these funds back into the coffers of the county, which I'm not going to be here. I know I'm not going to be on this dais. I don't even know if I'm going to be here. Sometimes that bothers me that, of course, it happens all the time, but future commissions are going to be the ones that are going to be continuing to evaluate this item. It's a little bit different than Hedge Lane because of the, number one, the amount of money, and number two, again, the payment timeline. But when I weigh the trade-offs, I come down in favor. I'm probably the same as Commissioner Ashcraft. You know, one of my first thoughts was why or how, or is there a way that we could receive some type of interest? But again, that doesn't put me in a situation to where I say that knocks the project out of my belief that it should move forward. It's just, again, I would have liked that. So the bottom line is I'm in favor of this project moving forward. I'm going to be supportive. One of the things I did want to mention, and I've got to be careful of how I state it, but Commissioner Brewer, you did a good job. I don't want there to be this impression that this Board of Commissioners is going to be the fundraisers for this project in order to move forward. Again, what we do privately and how we do it, if we have connections, if we have those types of things that can be helpful, I'm all for that. But I don't want the public to think that, well, the Board of County Commissioners said they're going to be the fundraisers to help with this project. Again, I know people up on this dais have done a lot of great good that nobody knows about. And I think that will always continue, but I didn't want that to be out there as this is an expectation. So overall, again, I want it to have success. I want to see it move forward. I know, Janelle, I know you're going to work. You're a worker. There's no doubt about it. And you seem to get things done. When you say you're trying to get something done, you get it done. and I've always been impressed with the way, Chad, how you've handled things in the past, and I think we can move forward and have success with the project. In fact, I'm positive about that's why I want to throw my support behind this. Again, good luck. Work and get it done. And I'm excited for you, actually. I'm excited for the community. I think it's a great project to go after and make a reality.
Commissioner Fast?
Yes, so a quick question to pay. I mean, 20 years is a long time and nonprofits come and go, but we would have a lien, so it's not like we would be out of money if the nonprofit would go under.
Chair and Commissioner Fast, that is correct. There is a lien, a mortgage that is placed on the property, a priority in order to receive our funding back. Again, that annual review keeps it so that we're watching it after the 8 years to make sure that it's being utilized, as we said, and that we have the ability, because we put it in our mortgage documents in a lien, to pull the loan back if something's not being used according to what your intent is for the public. Just not running with the covenants with the land, but we put it in the security agreements and all of the loan documents.
So for me, this is a really exciting project. We have, not only Friends of JCDS, but we have the Friends of Mental Health. So we have, and two Friends group working together, a project that will support not only people with developmental disabilities, but with mental health challenges. I don't remember of a project like this in the county, but the location to downtown Overland Park. In Mission, we have the Mission Project, and I see them at Sylvester Powell. I see this community, at the bank. Because it's walkable, and to have a walkable community here is just so innovative. When we think, we have 26 of these, that is just a drop in the bucket. Chad was saying maybe around 10,000 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in Johnson County, and a large percent of these individuals are living with family. And I've seen it with, my own brother, his friends, and they're with aging caregivers. And the survey across the nation is that these aging caregivers want housing opportunities and are very worried to pass away because there's not housing opportunities. So this is something that is a huge need. And so to help fund this critical gap, it's different to me than the hedge line. That wasn't a nonprofit filling a need for a very for a community that has is there's not funding flowing out of the work from the federal government, state government for these individual housing projects. So I'm just really excited. Janelle, you're a rock star, Chad, and I'm excited Tim and his crew are making this happen too, and the Friends of Mental Health. So thank you for working together on this.
At this time, everybody's had an opportunity to either provide comment or questions. So we'll go to Commissioner Allenbrand for the motion and then for the continued discussion. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 094-26, approving a gap funding financing loan to Friends of JCDS, Inc. for the Floyd Street Apartment Project, authorizing execution of the promissory note, construction mortgage, and land use restrictive covenants agreement, approving and authorizing the use of JCDS reserves as gap funding, loan the amount not to exceed $2,500,000, subject to requirements set forth in the promissory note, construction mortgage, land use restrictive covenants agreement, and authorizing the chair of the board to effectuate all necessary agreements and documents to effectuate the transition.
So moved by Commissioner Allenbrand. Is there a second with a friendly amendment that would allow me to execute the necessary agreements?
Second, Hanslick.
All right, so moved by Commissioner Allen Brand and seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Further discussion at this time. Commissioner Allen Brand, did you have a further discussion or just the motion? We'll say just the motion. Commissioner
Thank
Burr.
you, Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Shirley, I'll wait.
I apologize. We're just not getting to the icons soon enough. I just wanted to say, I also wanted to echo Peg Trent because I was a little prickly on her evaluation. And I just want you to know that I really feel like that you probably saved the county in the long run a lot of money and a lot of questions. So I appreciate your work on that. And Miss Bowers, I've always said you're a Wonder Woman, but I can't even read my own scratch. So I apologize for that. So thank you for correcting that.
Now, Commissioner Burr.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think we have all stated up at the dais, this has a lot of moving parts. We've had an opportunity with very intentional material review, very intentional opportunities to talk to Mr. Von Amen, to talk to Ms. Trent, to talk to Ms. Bowers about all the moving parts. There's one aspect of all those conversations I'd like to underscore a little bit. It's my understanding that the motion that we're taking today, that we're going to vote on, that the maximum amount is that 2.5 million. That is the intent, that you're not going to be pulling that money all at once. You would only pull it when and if you need it. And some of that is going to be a variance amount of time that you would need and pull it to meet certain project deadlines. But as soon as you receive like a maybe foundation or other funding that there's a lag time in, if I need to take in 500,000 to do X by a certain time off of the 2.5, and then 3 months later I get that 500,000 from the funding source, I can remit it in whole back to this. The reason I'm going into this level of detail is if part of the intent or part of what we think about is making sure that we keep the taxpayer and public funds as whole as possible, we're curing that money. It's still sitting in the original fund that it's in, earning interest. You're only going to pull the bit that you need. Those initial bits are going to be for short term until you get a payment from another grant. Then you remit it back. So I might be sitting at 3, 4, 5, or 6 months between pulling something down, paying something back. When the dust is settled, that longer term pull down would be the final amount, which may be $1 million, it may be whatever that, but it will be less than the 2.5 that you would actually hold for a given time. And then those payments become regular payments that you're doing. It's not that you're holding that money and you're not going to pay it until one point. You're paying it back on a regular basis. I'm saying all this because I think our exposure for lost interest is less than what it sounds like, because this is last money in, first money to be paid as you get reimbursed, and then the balance is what you hold over a longer period of time with regular payments. So that decreases my lost interest exposure as a department of the county. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is a noble cause, and I applaud the innovation, and I really would like to see it succeed. The challenges I have, the first is this administrative process, and my hesitation there is based on some reflections we had with the Evergreen community. Now, I believe there have been some safeguards built in that would prevent us from backing into that situation, and that worked out by a fluke of federal dollars. So I could probably live with that. As has been pointed out, there are lien protections for taxpayers, so I commend staff, and I'm sure the county attorney's head is way too big now anyway, but that was an appropriate approach. Well, I mean that respectfully. I mean, she was here, she understood the dynamic that went on. The challenge I have is the 0% interest rate. And I want to believe, as Commissioner Brewer has pointed out, that is a nominal or potentially non-existent use of those funds. But I don't see that, and my sense of fiscal stewardship gives me pause. And for that reason, my vote will reflect that concern.
So I think overall, we're meeting a lot of different goals on this project, whether it be the department goals of supporting the IDD population, whether it be our focus area goals related to housing. Understanding that this can be considered unprecedented, but I think there's other things that we can point to, whether that be the Oikos development, the Sunflower development, where we have provided loans in the past, and those projects are repaying those in a successful manner. And recognizing that if we left affordable housing just to the market, it wouldn't get built. I think this is not just a Johnson County issue. We recognize that this faces everybody all across the country, and why there are such efforts in various places and with groups that we continue to work with, whether that be Accelerator for America or National Association of Counties, of trying to innovate the right ways in which we can spark affordable housing. Not doing it all ourselves, but being a partner with good organizations. And so if it were just as easy to say that we could, be a lender at market rate, we wouldn't have to if the market would specifically allow affordable housing, especially for communities like this community that has even more particular needs. So I'm proud that we've been innovative, whether it be on looking at our land policy, whether it be looking at a revolving loan fund, whether it be this particular project. I think one of the things that we can and should do is be able to create more of a housing toolkit playbook for Johnson County, understanding all the potential levers that we have to pull as a county and establishing more general criteria to evaluate if certain opportunities get certain levers, and then how we'd be able to evaluate those as opposed to more of a one-off, which is what this is. Not to say that this wouldn't qualify or that is inappropriate. I'm going to support this because of the various things that have been said. But I look forward to that continued conversation, starting with the ad hoc on that toolkit series or playbook, so that we can continue to have good opportunities like this come forward, and that they can be vetted in a way that meets not only the test of time for the project, but the expectations for the county and the goals that we set for housing. So long way to say thank you. I don't see any other further questions on this, so we'll call the question on Commissioner Allen Brand's motion at this time.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
With reservations, no.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 6 in favor and 1 against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you both
Thank
very
you all
much.
very much.
Appreciate it. Well, let's take a 5-minute break. I understand everybody is here, and I appreciate everybody's patience. It'll allow some people to clear before we go on to. We'll be back at approximately 1:10. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you all very much for your patience. We're going to move on to reports and communications. We got a few of them today, so thank you, everybody. We'll start with a management report from Ms. Postoke Ferguson.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you. I do have a NACO Achievement Award to highlight, and I know that 2 of our commissioners went to NACO this year and asked me about awards, and I'm not sure how I keep getting piecemealed information, but we'll figure out process going forward to streamline that a bit more. But we do have one to highlight today, and they've been waiting patiently. So TTV and their process, I'll ask Amy Meeker-Berg to come forward and highlight this a bit more, and we're all mindful of time, but this deserves a pause to recognize the efficiencies and the improvement in process that they're being recognized for on a national level. So Amy, please take us.
Chairman and Commissioners, Amy Meeker-Berg, TTV. Today, I am excited and pleased to recognize our team for receiving the 2026 National Association of Counties Achievement Award for our online taxing authority portal. So the NACO Achievement Awards recognize innovative county programs, and this project is a great example of that. We've collaborated, we've innovated, and we've used technology to improve the way we serve our taxing authority partners. Before the project was in place, taxing authorities would submit critical documents such as budgets or revenue intents or public hearing dates and times and locations through email, through printed forms, through drop-offs in our office, just in the mail even. And so staff, we would then take those and manually enter over 50 budgets and that information into our property tax system. This was a process that was very time-consuming, it was very inefficient and unreliable, frankly, for us to do for both ourselves and the taxing authorities. So our team recognized an opportunity to transform the process. And so in partnership with Tyler Technologies, we customized a product called SmartFile. It's a platform that we use with a secure and centralized portal designed specifically for Johnson County to receive taxing authority budget information. So today, more than 50 of those authorities, the cities, the schools, the cemeteries, the townships, all of those various taxing authorities use the portal to submit budgets. It started in 2025, and this is our second year that we're using it for the tax cycle. This tracks all their filings and certified information, as well as allows for communication with our office. And then best of all, this information, once approved, now flows streamlessly between our portal and our tax system. So we do not have that manual entry anymore, and that's allowing staff to focus more on quality review of those budgets and then frees up capacity for future need. This achievement was made possible through the teamwork of many people. I just want to take a quick minute to thank our county clerk and TTV team for supporting the new process, our DTI partners for their technical expertise, and then Tyler Technologies for helping make our vision a reality. And then I'd like to recognize very quickly several team members who played an important role in this project. Julia Kakafer, who is not with us today, but wanted to give a shout out to Julia for her work on the system. Heather Voorhees, and if you don't mind standing up, I'd appreciate that. Heather Voorhees, who is our taxing authority coordinator. And then Daniel McLaughlin, who is our tax manager of administration. And Kristen Walters, our deputy county clerk register of deeds. And just want to ask that you please join me in congratulating everybody. Thank you.
Amy and team, thank you for the work that you've done on this. And we know you do great work, but it's pretty amazing when at a national level, it's recognized and it's seen as a best practice. So thank you for your work. Thank you for being here all day. I can move to the next item. The next item is our SERI report. It's as of July, but most of the markers are through May. And in the interest of time, most of the trends are very similar to what you've been seeing. I will point out one, and that's single-family building permits. So year-to-date through May compared to last year, 975 compared to 773 the previous year, and that is an increase of 28%. So other than that one, the trends are similar to what you've been seeing in the last few months. And with that, Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thanks very much. At this time, we are going to welcome up Rita Carr from United Community Services to talk about the homelessness in Johnson County PIT report. UCS is obviously a key partner with Johnson County in many facets, but their efforts around helping us in tackling homelessness are much appreciated. So thank you very much for being here today. Welcome back to the boardroom.
Thank you for having me. I will try to keep it brief, but we wanted to share our kind of two fact sheets have been released over the last few months. One is a point time count fact sheet, and the other one is our annual data. So just wanted to bring this back to the board as we do every year. As you know, point in time count is a one-night snapshot of homelessness in Johnson County. It involves administering a survey in shelters, transitional housing programs, and unsheltered locations where volunteers go and look for people staying outdoors and in their cars. This is a HUD-required count, and it is a limited snapshot of homelessness, but it is a deep dive of looking at trends over many years that we've been involved in the count. This year in January, on the night of the 28th, we counted 321 individuals experiencing homelessness in Johnson County, and that did include 19 veterans and 17 unaccompanied youth. This one shows the kind of 10-year trend, and wanted to draw your attention to that. Of course, the total count has increased dramatically over the last 10 years. That is 147% increase since 2017, and even 27% since just last year. So going from 253 people last year to 321. We also broke the data out in a little bit more detail because you can see that the year-round shelter beds are the light blue at the bottom, or the kind of middle blue at the bottom. Those are year-round shelter beds versus the green is also counted as shelter from HUD's perspective, but that is either cold weather only shelter or hotel stays in extreme weather. So it is you might look at it and think that our shelter beds are keeping up with the need, but broken out this way, you can see that the hotel beds and the cold weather shelter are, better than nothing, and certainly keeping people alive in the extreme weather, but our year-round shelter need is not keeping up with the need for everyone experiencing homelessness. The unsheltered number at the top, the dark blue, did go down from 2025 to 2026, and that is because we did have additional hotel funds in this community. So thank goodness, because that certainly keeps people alive in extreme weather where we're having temperatures at zero, below zero. But again, this graph really demonstrates the need for year-round shelter for adults. This one does show our unsheltered count for the last 10 years. I won't go too far into it, but again, even though we saw that decrease from last year to this year, that was a very temporary life-saving response of providing hotel nights to folks, but shows that the unsheltered count is trending up over the last 10 years. And even though hotel nights might have been available on the point-in-time count night, we still need shelter the rest of the year. We can see on this one that adults-only households has increased dramatically over the last 10 years, and family households with underage children, has stayed relatively flat. We made a lot of decisions as a county 10, 15, 20 years ago about services, and did a pretty good response for families because that was the majority of the population experiencing homelessness at that time. But our responses had not kept up with the fact that we have a significant increase in adults-only households. This one shows the various needs and challenges that people are facing, that there is not just one cause or contributing factor to keeping somebody homeless. A lot of our population might be fleeing domestic violence, might have prior justice system involvement and something on their record that makes it harder to rent. They might have mental health needs, chronic health conditions, physical disabilities, and you can see that 44% have abuse in their history, so no wonder the mental health needs are as high as they are. We always keep track of income because a lot of folks misunderstand that people might not have income while they're experiencing homelessness, and the assumption is that they don't, when in fact over half of our population does have some amount of income. You can see in the middle, 52% had income either from employment or benefits or both. So over half of them had some amount of income, and of those with income, the average income was $1,868 a month. That is not nothing, but when you think about rents that are $1,300 plus a month, that really speaks to the need for more varied and affordable housing options in our community, because a lot of our unsheltered population could be housed if there was a place that they could afford to do so. And then the annual data fact sheet, the other one included in your packet, covers coordinated entry, which is a year-round system among all the providers in our area where they do a screening with people experiencing homelessness, and they're placed on a list for housing services. Those housing services are very limited, so this method of screening focuses those limited funds on the people that have the highest vulnerabilities and are least likely to self-resolve because of the various barriers we just talked about on the previous screen. And then the year-round data also shows our school district numbers, so the number of students that each of our 6 school districts count during a school year, showing how many students are experiencing homelessness throughout the year. So in 2025, our coordinated entry system came in contact with 216 households. Again, similar to point in time count, that was 87% adults only households. And you can see over half have at least one disabling condition. A significant portion, 41%, have an eviction within the last 7 years, preventing them from getting rehoused. Fleeing domestic violence, again, is around 25%, and the families are 13% of that population. We can also see that right up at the top, 72% were unsheltered at the time of their screening, meaning there are quite a few households living outdoors and in their cars in our community. And this is the school district numbers for each school year. That is including all of our 6 school districts and how many students they count. This is a big indicator for us because it shows that there is a significant amount of family homelessness too. Of course, these numbers do not include the parents or the below school age siblings of the kids. So quite a few families experiencing homelessness each year. That was very fast, but I will take any questions anyone has.
Ms. Carr, thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me ask a few targeted questions. First, I note in the pit count by location, there was a fall 22 and a fall 24 pit count. We'll be doing a fall count this year.
So there's no plan to do one this year. That was attempt to answer the question of what does homelessness look like during the months that the weather's mild and our cold weather shelter is not open. And we can see that in fall 2022, the unsheltered count was about the same as the winter months. And that is because, again, there was COVID hotel dollars during fall 2022. But then when fall 2024 rolled around, we really didn't have any of those hotel dollars left. A lot of the programs were no longer able to fund that type of service. And then that's where our unsheltered count shot up to 106 people. And that's, of course, it's not like these numbers are a total count of everyone because it's still a voluntary survey. But yeah, it shot up quite a bit in fall 2024. We thought that fall 2024 was representative of the questions that the committee was asking. So at this time, they don't plan to do another fall count.
Okay, thank you. The increase in the percentage of those survey respondents who were marked as extreme weather shelter or hotel motel, can we point towards Project 1020 as well as the additional funding for hotel motel vouchers that the board authorized this year as part of the rationale for the increase in that portion of the count?
Yeah, so while the unsheltered count went down this past January, the extreme weather shelter and hotel motel went up. That is a combination of some additional hotel dollars that were identified right before an extremely cold spell in January, so happened to align with when we do the count, which is late January. And then Project 1020 did get approved to serve 50 individuals instead of 30. So that is another piece of that bump. There was the hotel funds from the county, and then there was another form of hotel funds that came to agencies because of the 10-degree weather that we were having.
Thank you. Commissioner Fast?
Yeah, do you know yet, I mean, there was a back and forth with HUD, whether your COC money would have to go to mental health, addictions, not to housing first. Has there been a decision on that? Do you know where you're headed yet?
Well, so the 2025 one was struck down in court. Those projects were renewed, but the 2026 notice that's out right now and active does have a lot of points built in for having much more restrictive programs and a set aside of money specifically for transitional housing and supportive services projects rather than actual rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. So no matter what, we are risking losing permanent housing programs in this community. They put the tier one, the kind of safe funding at 60%. So 40% of our funding that we normally mostly renewing for housing programs this year is probably going to have to be used on transitional housing or supportive services only projects. They basically said that they would pick around the country transitional and supportive services only before they would pick any housing programs, and our application is just not that competitive when you're stacked up against the COCs around the country.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Carr, I always appreciate your analytics. So, two questions. The first, do we ever do any comparables to, comparisons to comparable communities, comparable counties to see how we are faring over time?
To a certain extent, but not that level of detail. We track how is Kansas, like a point in time numbers across the state. We do a statewide point in time count report too, and we compare Kansas to other states, but not so much a similar suburban county.
I was just curious. Slide 10, I wanted to ask you, eviction within 7 years being an impactor. I was just wondering if we had time to do any analysis of what I'm going to call the FAST mediation program, and how that may have impacted or be impacting that stat. At 41%, looks like about 100 people or 100 households, if I'm interpreting that correctly. So is it having the impact that I know at least one commissioner hopes it does, and probably all of us, but any way to draw a line between those two?
It would take, I would need like maybe a partnership with the university to do that kind of analysis, but I do think it's really promising what is happening with the eviction mediation program, and then at the state level, the eviction expungement law that just passed. Those two things, there's a big chunk of those individuals that have an eviction, that the eviction's paid off, that they are even working, and just can't rent anywhere because of, the scarlet letter on their record. So I do think those two things are promising. Eviction mediation with preventing an eviction from becoming another barrier for somebody.
Conceptually, I'm with you 100%. I was just looking for the analytics. Thank you.
Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair. As always, appreciate the data and the deep dive. So I'm just going to take a moment and take it up a level to beyond the data. We have so much good data to understand what is happening with our unhoused population in Johnson County. I just want to remind folks, and I get a reminder every year as a volunteer, as a point-in-time count volunteer, that these are real people that we're talking about with real stories that are very complicated, and sometimes our systems and supports, and I don't mean at the county level, I mean at the state and federal level, are creating a more fragile population than they are lifting up populations. And I'm thinking of things like TANF, that you have to be at such an incredibly low poverty rate before you even qualify for TANF, and the dollars are so few. I think about the changes to our SNAP. I think about so many of our federal and state programs, unfortunately, are cliffs. And so recently, NPR just did a story on some of those federal approaches to funding where that someone has to make a decision on whether or not to take a pay increase that they've earned either through a promotion or through a merit increase or not, because it could be the difference between still qualifying for a program or not. And if we've got to be thinking about programs that lift people out of poverty, not programs that handcuff them to poverty. And I will just say, when you do the point-in-time count, that's about a 10-minute conversation with somebody, and you have to ask some pretty personal questions in order that we have a better understanding of what are the types of supports and services that can most directly address the issues that our individuals experiencing homelessness are happening. And it just really reminds you that these are human beings who are in a constant crisis. And we have to sometimes remember what we would feel like if we did not have a home to go to, if we didn't know at the end of the day of our work shift where I was going to sleep, where I was going to take a shower, where I was going to get a meal, and how I was going to get to my job the next day. Because over 50% of the population that just participate in the point-in-time count has some form of income, just not a form of income high enough to maintain stable housing. So I just wanted to put a human face on that for just a moment.
Yeah, and the coordinated entry fact sheet that's in your packet, 61% of those households have income, so it's even higher. It's, again, being able to afford any apartment.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Well, to that point about the income, I just want to mention, we're so focused on housing affordability. I think the flip side of that is, and I'm not suggesting that this board or UCS has control over this, but wages are not keeping up with expenses. And that is an area that I think we as a society have to look at when, not to get on a soapbox, but when CEOs are making more and more money, and then we have people at the other end of the scale who can't afford a basic place to live.
Right.
So to me, we have to keep that in mind, that we here at the county and UCS can only do so much when there's also other factors that are leading to people being homeless, that are greater than just providing affordable housing. People need incomes that are livable. So I just think that's important to remember.
All of those threads need to be pulled on for sure, and that's how we got to where we are.
Ms. Carr, thank you. Again, the biggest statistic that is relevant to me here is it's adults, single adults that are the biggest need in terms of the unsheltered within our community. And so whether that be a housing services center or specific shelter targeted toward adults, it remains a missing piece in our housing continuum puzzle. So we need to keep working on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go to a report from Becky Jones regarding financial audits.
Thank you, Commissioners. Becky Jones, Financial Management and Administration. I will try my best to be brief, but I do have a lot to cover today, so I'll try to talk fast. I appreciate the opportunity to present Johnson County's and the Fire District's 2025 financial statement audits, along with the annual comprehensive financial report, the popular annual financial report, and the financial statements for Fire District 1 and 2. To start, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the staff members whose dedication made the preparation of all of the audit work papers, the ACFR, the PAFR, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, the Department of Children and Family Services report, and the Fire District 1 and 2 financial reports possible. So please stand so we can recognize your efforts. Our staff includes Shannon Rigney, the Accounting and Financial Reporting Manager, Jim Longmire, our Principal Accountant, Senior Accountants Sherry Laws, Sarah Overend, Bridget Wells, Felicia Addison, and Cindy Fecht, Julie DePalma, who is not present, she's our Senior Financial Analyst, and Mark Johnson, our Grants Manager. I also want to acknowledge the fiscal staff from departments across the county. Their hard work and collaboration are vital to compiling the information and documentation required for the audit and our reports. Without their support, our success would not be possible. Sorry. I'm pleased to share that we received our 38th consecutive Certificate of Financial Achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association for our 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. This prestigious award is given to very few governments. Only about 20% of counties across the country earn this honor, and you can find the award on page 7 of our ACFR. Additionally, I'm excited to announce that we received GFOA's Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for our 2024 Popular Annual Financial Report. The PAFR offers a high-level overview of the county's financial condition, enhancing readability and transparency for our constituents and other users. It includes the board's priorities, our accomplishments, economic and demographic data, and a wealth of charts and graphs designed to be accessible for people without a background in public finance. While the PAFR is not audited, its information is drawn directly from our audited ACFR. Winning both the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting and the Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting, along with the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, earned Johnson County its first Triple Crown Award from GFOA. The Triple Crown recognizes governments that have achieved all 3 honors, making a milestone in financial excellence for our county. In fiscal year 2025, we transitioned to new auditors as part of an RFP process. The auditors identified adjustments related to year-end accruals and revenue recognition. These adjustments were made to ensure that transactions are reported in the correct accounting period and align with GAAP standards. I want to emphasize that these adjustments do not indicate missing funds, budget overruns, or any concerns about the county's financial position. Rather, they're balance sheet adjustments between fiscal years and provide valuable opportunities to improve our year-end financial reporting and closing processes. Finally, I'd like to extend my thanks to Allen Gibbs and Hulick, our external auditors, for their diligent work on the 2025 financial statement audits. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Jonathan Neidberger, Senior Vice President with AGH, who will present the county and fire district audits and required communications to the board.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Nybarker with AGH, and I'm a senior vice president there and was the officer in charge of the audit. Today, I'll go through our communication letters with you and then answer any questions that you may have about our audits. The first letter I wanted to start with is about a 6-page separate auditor's communication letter. It's our communication letter to those charged with governance to keep all of you informed about significant matters related to the audit. I won't go through every single point in the letter, but we'll just kind of hit some of the key points this afternoon. The first main point is on the middle of the first page, and I'm happy to report that we did not identify any significant unusual transactions as part of our audit. Then towards the bottom of the first page, this discusses accounting estimates and is continued onto the second page. Not all numbers are easily determinable that are included in the financial statements. Some amounts have to be estimated. These significant estimates include the net pension liability, the other post-employment benefits liability, the fair value of investments, the estimated claims liability, and compensated absences liability. In the middle of the second page, I'm happy to report that we did not have any difficulties in dealing with management during our audit. And then the next main section there on the second page it talks about corrected and uncorrected misstatements. As Becky noted, we did notice 4 adjustments during the audit this year. The first 2 adjustments were related to accrued liabilities, and the last couple discussed there were corrections between grant revenue and deferred grant revenue. Also, I'm happy to report that we are not aware of any uncorrected misstatements that are included in the financial statements. Continuing then on to towards the top of the third page, we did note that we have an emphasis of matter paragraph in our opinion this year. This is to draw your attention to management's discussion related to the prior period adjustment that is included in the financial statements. This adjustment did not impact any of our opinion that we issued on the financial statements. However, there was a restatement to the beginning balance related to the separate audit of the Johnson County Park and Recreation District, and is discussed in more detail in note 20 of the financial statements. The bottom of the third page and fourth page discusses a deficiency that we noted in the audit related to accrued liabilities that are recorded at year end. We recommend that management review its processes and internal control procedures to ensure that the accrued liabilities are being properly reported at year end. And management has included in attachment A their response to this finding. As part of our audit next year, we will follow up on management's response to that finding and ensure that the corrective action plan has been taken. In the financial statements, pages 11 through 14 are the auditor's report. The auditor's report includes standards that we use for the audit and, most importantly, the opinion that we issued. The opinion can be found in the first section on that first page. We issued an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the highest and best opinion that an entity can receive, and always speaks very highly on the financial management of an entity when they receive an unmodified opinion. Overall, the goal for our audit is to ensure compliance with laws and regulations, and do the financial statements accurately reflect the books and records of the entity that we're auditing. And I'm happy to report that the answer to those questions is yes, based on our audit. In closing today, I would like to thank all of the county staff that we work with during an audit. An audit is always a huge undertaking. We appreciate all their help, especially with a first-year audit with certainly more questions than a continuing audit. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have for us over the county's financial statement audit.
Well, Mr. Nybarker, thank you so much for your efforts. And with a new auditing firm, we always appreciate a fresh set of eyes. So thank you to you and your team. Jeff beat me to it, but I was going to provide my congratulations and offer a round of applause to the budget staff here. Winning an award once is notable enough, but 38 years in a row and a triple crown of awards just builds upon expectations of success that you always deliver upon. So thank you all very much for your efforts. We greatly appreciate it.
Chairman, minor point, but technically they're finance staff and not budget staff. So I just want to clarify.
Excuse me. Thank you for the correction and clarification. Let me get into questions starting from Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, very, very clear and helpful, and I did actually read through these letters, so I just wanted to, one comment and a question. One is, sometimes we hear from residents who say, well, the county's finances ought to be audited. They are, and here it is. So if anyone asks about that, they are audited every year, and to have the unmodified opinion is impressive when you look at the size of our budget. So thank you for doing that. Secondly, I had a question about the accrued liabilities cutoff. My understanding is that we have been cutting that off in February, but your recommendation has been to extend that to the end of March. And I know that gets tricky because at what point do you, at some point you have to stop counting for the past year and just do the final reports, but so is that am I understanding that correctly, that that's really the crux of this issue, is when we cut off those accrued liabilities from the previous year?
Yes, I think to ensure that any liabilities that existed at the end of the fiscal year were properly included as the financial statements as an outstanding liability.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. And I want to thank you for identifying the adjustments that needed to be made. At one level, they're insignificant, but at another level, they are important. And I just wanted to reflect on staff. That's part of the reason you have the value of rotating contracts like this. External auditor come in, and while the new auditor is actually our old auditor, giving them the chance to ask those questions. I know it's hard work, it's time consuming to go through that process, but this is important. It keeps us sharp. And I know it's a burden on you, but it keeps you sharp, and also keeps the auditors sharp, because they want to make sure they do a good job for the future. So thank you for that effort. Thank you for the report. And we look forward to working with you for at least a few more years.
Likewise.
Further questions or comments? No. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we'll welcome.
We did perform 2 separate audits also as part of our audit. We audited Fire District 1 and Fire District 2 that I plan to talk about as well. Again, I was going to start with their communication letter and won't cover all of the details, but we'll again hit some of the key points. Again, happy to note that the first main point in that on Fire District 1 letter, that we did not identify any significant unusual transactions as part of our audit. Significant accounting estimates that are included in their financial statements are the net pension liability, the other post-employment benefits liability, and the compensated absences liabilities. In the middle of the second page, I'm again happy to report that we did not have any difficulties in dealing with management. And then the next main section there on that second page includes audit adjustments and corrected misstatements that we noted during our audit. We did note 2 audit adjustments on Fire District 1 related to beginning balance adjustments in the governmental activities and general fund. Excuse me. The end of the second page then notes an emphasis of matter paragraph that is included in our opinion, and more information is discussed in the financial statements. But essentially, when the county took over the financial statements, they converted the previous financial statements to properly reflect an accounting lease in the current year, which is again discussed in note 14 of the Fire District 1 financial statements. And then at the bottom of the third page and continued onto the fourth page, we did note a deficiency this year related to beginning balance recording in the for Fire District 1. We recommended that management review its processes and procedures to ensure that those balances are being properly reported. And management does have attachment A again on that letter as well that discusses their corrective action plan, and we'll look in and ensure that that is implemented during next year's audit. In the financial statements for the Fire District 1, pages 1 through 3 are the auditor's report. Again, the auditor's report includes standards that we use for the audit and the opinion that we issued. We issued an unmodified opinion on Fire District 1 financial statements as well. And then again, I would like to thank all of the staff that worked on Fire District 1 audit and county staff and Fire District staff. We appreciate all of their help with the audit. I'm available for any questions you may have over Fire District 1 or happy to jump in and talk about Fire District 2.
Seeing no questions on Fire District 1, would you please go to?
Sure. Again, we'll start with the communication letter for Fire District 2. Again, happy to report that we did not identify any significant unusual transactions as part of our audit. The significant accounting estimates included for the Fire District 2's financial statements are the net pension liability and the compensated absences liabilities. And in the middle of the second page, I'm happy to report that we did not have any difficulties in dealing with management. We did not have any audit adjustments or deficiencies that we noted as part of this audit. And in the financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion again, which is the highest and best opinion that an entity can receive. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Glad to hear it. Any questions for Mr. Nyberger? Commissioner Ashcraft, go ahead.
Mr. Nyberger, I was just wondering if you, and this may not be a fair question as you now are the new auditor, but have you seen any changes in the financial reporting capacity of the two fire districts since many of those back office functions have moved to the county?
Again, hard to compare what that looked like before, but no concerns or issues from what we've noted during our audit.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll welcome back Becky Jones.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
We should just have a meeting for Becky Jones.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's important information though, so I want to share it. I'll go fast. So these are the second quarter 2026 interim financial reports, and the purpose of this report is to review financial items on a year-over-year basis and on a budget to actual basis. This presentation covers a high-level overview of noteworthy items, but included in the report itself are details on our major revenue sources, cumulative expenditures of budgeted funds, and cash balances of non-budgeted funds through June 30th of 2026. First, I'll cover the county's general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county. This slide represents the county's general fund's major revenue sources. It compares actual receipts year over year. Investment interest is down approximately $1.1 million. In June of 2025, our rate of return was 4.18%. As of June 2026, our rate of return is 3.82%. At the time the 2026 budget was prepared, there were multiple federal rate cuts anticipated in 2026. But due to economic market factors, the feds have not cut rates as originally expected. Local sales and use tax receipts, including Public Safety 1 and 2, are $1.8 million higher than received in 2025. However, they are right in line with budgeted expectations. Overall, general fund major revenue sources are up $1.78 million from June 30th of 2025. This slide represents the same major revenue sources on a budget to actual basis through June 30th. The target percentage is where we anticipate the revenue should be based on historical cycles of when the revenue is received. The actual percentage is where we are as compared to budget through June 30th. As you can see, we are in line with both targeted and budgetary estimates across all sources. This slide represents general fund expenditures year over year. We're running about $2.5 million higher in 2026 as compared to 2025. However, this is mainly attributed to departments entering blanket purchase orders for the entire year in January, which is our policy for procurement. The Department of Technology and Innovation has been buying goods and services in bulk at the beginning of the year to capitalize on discounts and fixed pricing. This strategy is especially effective for the county's computer replacement program. As for funds outside of the general fund, wastewater O&M is running only slightly over budget due to the construction cycle of the Nelson wastewater treatment plant. This is related to timing of when construction invoices are paid and not indicative of project overruns. And lastly, I'd like to conclude my report by informing the board that Johnson County and the PBC have been reaffirmed as AAA by Moody's Rating Agency, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch ahead of the planned bond sale on August 5th. And that concludes my presentation.
Always good to hear that.
Good news.
Any questions for Ms. Jones? Seeing none, thank you.
My last presentation is just an update on the SLFRF, and I'm happy to just buzz through it and just give a brief update on where the partners are, if everybody is good with that. Megan, you want to pull that up and then I can go to that slide? No, not that, the presentation, the PowerPoint itself. It's okay. Oh, I'm gonna go here. So as you guys know, I keep in contact with the partners closely. Friends of JCDS, you heard a lot about them this morning. They have 1.4 million of SLFRF remaining. They plan to fully spend that by the deadline, so no concerns there. Habitat for Humanity land acquisition, they plan to close on the Lenexa Pathways project within 60 days. They also have 16 acres out in Gardner that they plan to close by August 10th. So there's no concerns there. They plan to fully spend their allotment. Salvation Army, their bid has been awarded to Harmon Construction, and they have gotten approval from their headquarters in Chicago to start. So they plan on groundbreaking any day, and they do not have any concerns that they will spend their funds, and United Community Services will spend their funds next quarter as well. So there are no concerns that we will not be able to spend the funds in time. So I will be back before the board. I will provide a third quarter update in the middle of November once we close October, and then I will be back at either the December 10th meeting or the December 16th meeting to close out the grant, and any funds, any interest funds or unspent funds from the partners, we will be asking for your approval to transfer those funds to the countywide support fund, which is general fund reserves. That concludes my presentation.
Perfect. Seeing no further questions. Oh, Commissioner Ashcraft.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jones, there have been some limited communications concerning Habitat for Humanity funds and the appropriateness of their expenditures. Is there any concern on your part or the county's part that we should be made aware of at this point or in the near future?
No, there's no concerns on my part whatsoever, and I've been working very closely with Cindy Dunham. She has gone through all of our contracts, all of the payment applications, the proposals, everything, and I don't know if legal counsel wants to chime in, but Cindy and I talk almost on a daily basis, and we have no concerns. She feels everything is appropriate.
And Cindy Dunham is?
The county's deputy chief legal? Chief Deputy Legal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, could I clarify, just to add on to that, just to make sure, we have one citizen who had raised an issue pertaining to this transaction. We have provided in-depth responses. There has been a complaint filed. We are responding, cooperating, providing all documentation. And I'm not sure, what the outcome is right now, but I want you to be aware that there, from the perspective of the legal department, and Cindy Dunham, our chief deputy, works closely with Becky Jones, that we did comply with the law. in the use of those funds. And we have an outside provider that we
Yes.
contract with who also along the way supported those decisions.
Yeah, Widow Bryan's provided an eligibility memo and has reviewed everything, and we are in compliance with everything.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. We have an opportunity at this time for commissioner comments. I'll allow Commissioner Ashcraft to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A brief report on the 911 committee. This meeting, there was some level of anticipation to debrief on the World Cup events. As you know, leading up to it, for many organizations who've been supporting that effort, there was a great deal of gnashing of teeth, worried about what could or might happen. And the meeting, which was yesterday, was really a great letdown. There was nothing to report, nothing happened. As a matter of fact, it was kind of ho-hum in terms of 911 communications in the region. The statistic that was offered, though, was that there was a 15% increase in language communications. There was an attempt to put in a system to allow the multiple languages to translate for emergency services. 15% increase. When asked, they had indicated, well, yes, it was 15%, and that worked out to be 59, so about 2 a day. So we, as Commissioner Brewer mentioned earlier, we actually over-prepared. And in some ways, that's unfortunate, but in other ways, it shows our capacity. Because, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't be at all surprised with your leadership on this effort. You will probably be just as interested in leading the Women's World Cup when it comes to Kansas City in a few years. Knock on wood, hopefully so. Also, a brief report, Pleasant Hills in Missouri is one of those communities that has its own PSAP, and you may have heard me rail upon the number of PSAPs we have in the region. They have decided to close their PSAP and fold into the Cass County PSAP. So we will go from 44 to 43 in the region. Maybe a few more opportunities in the future, we could hope. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, there was a substantial protocol breach last week. And I knew it, but I didn't take an opportunity to interject because it wasn't commissioner comments. So I wanted to make sure it was recognized this week, a week late. Happy birthday, Penny Post Oak Ferguson.
Thank you. I thought I stuck by you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're welcome. Commissioner Allenbrand, did you want to provide a commissioner comment?
No, thank you, Chair, I'm good.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Brewer then.
Thank you, Chair. In respect to our time today, I'll just comment on 2 things. One, just a reminder that early in-person voting is open, as is the timeframe in which to return any mail-in ballots that people may have requested. I encourage folks to just check the Johnson County election website for the locations and hours of the early in-person voting. And I encourage folks who have chosen mail-in as their way of voting to maybe drop those off at ballot boxes. Once again, the Johnson County election website will give you those locations to make sure your ballots are in on time. And then just want to make a plug for the Johnson County Fair that is going on right now. I had the opportunity yesterday morning, early, 7:30 breakfast with volunteers and fair board members, and then had the opportunity to tour and talk to some of the youth that are participating. I met some wonderful youth with goats, with sheep, with cows, and also the 4-H building, and a youth, Cooper is his name, a recent high school graduate, an amazing sculpture that he did out of steel, a lot of different welds that he learned, and then how it's finished off. It's already been sold, and he's already under commission in doing a number of other metal sculptures. So just very excited about. They have the most food trucks they've ever had. They have new musical performances this fair cycle. Tuesday was their highest record, and that's not just on a Tuesday. It's one of their highest attendance numbers that they've had. They said it was like a weekend night, and so a lot is going on at the fair. The other thing I had the opportunity to hear is just some of the stories of different impact that the fair is making on with our youth, with our developmental supports population. And, you know, it's a good family-friendly opportunity to have a night out and do some rides, see some shows, and have some good food. So that's my fair plug.
Coach?
Thank you, Chair. I just had one comment, and it was in regards to the World Cup. You know, I have a lot of friends across the nation, across the United States that I keep in touch with. Most of them are people that used to live in the region, or a lot of the others are people that I went to college with and played football with and things of that nature. And when it came to the World Cup, number one, they're all jealous. And number two, they never thought we would be able to pull it off as a region. And they were shocked, and I told them that how I thought it was going to go, and they a lot of them responded that they need to get back to Kansas City. They need to experience, because there's been a lot of change over the years, but they were very impressed with the job that we did, and these are people that don't live in our area anymore, and again, live all over the United States. And so I was excited to be able to stick out my chest a little bit and say, I told you so.
Yes, Saturday was our monthly Senate 7 town hall, and I asked how many people who participated in a World Cup event. Like 90% of that room had, which and a number of people talked to me afterwards and said they loved the bus, and and they've always been scared to use the bus, and they feel more comfortable now. So I thought that was great too. We had our mental health advisory meeting on Monday, a new program of our mental health center. It is pet inclusive care. So if somebody has a mental health crisis, often people will not accept treatment, whether addiction, mental health, because of their pet. And so they have now this partnership for someone to take care of their pet so they can go into treatment. So pretty cool. My exciting news, I'm really excited. I am being appointed to a Kansas Legislature advisory group for a year. It's an oversight committee on certified behavioral health. The legislature last year was wanting to cut part of the mental health funds because the managed care companies are complaining that mental health is costing them too much. So I'll be representing county commissioners on this committee. It will go for a year, and then there's also a post-audit going, and then there will be a report. So I'm very excited about it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I am looking forward to going to the fair this weekend. My husband grew up with a fair, so we're going to go. Speaking of that, I just want to take a personal moment to say thank you to my wonderful husband. Next week, we will celebrate our 40th wedding anniversary. I can't believe it's been that long. So thank you.
No further comments from me, other than hope everybody takes the opportunity to vote in whatever way that is convenient for them in Johnson County. Thank you, everybody, for your patience for the long day. And if there aren't any further objections or items, we will adjourn. Have a good evening, everyone.